Hello, hello. Let's see if the audio bar moves. It seems to be moving, so I'm assuming it's all good. Looks like that. Thank you Citronelli for being first and Skelly for being not first. Also can't believe Skelly went for lunch immediately after. Also can't believe Egguna is still new here. Perfectly new here. I have never seen anyone doing construction before. I'm so excited. Can't believe this. Also hello Hessu. I have never even seen a house before. Also new here. Can't believe this. I feel like there's somebody's bamboozling me. I feel like I'm being bamboozled. Diabolical guys. But yeah, I again slightly had to rush here, so I'll have to start by picking up all the tools I need. But yeah, so I'm behind the camera, I can maybe show myself. But yeah, so the goal for today would be to add the middle rebars to this garage building. So if you were here last Friday, well, I guess hardly anyone was since you're all new here, can't believe this. We did that for the main building. So here you can see there's like these rebars going like this way, and also like everywhere where there is a foundation mold, there's now a rebar in the middle as well. In addition, there's these L-shaped ones here and there on this one, but we won't be doing those today. So just for the middle rebar, so that we can attach the L-shaped ones to those then. I'm actually thinking, where should I start? Because this garage building is a bit smaller than the main building is, which would mean that, well, I don't know if it's any faster to do, but at least I should, like, since we learned from that previous one we did, that the most time is used or takes when we're doing these middle parts. So I'm wondering if there's a way I could sort of have that in mind when I'm doing the outsides. So should I start with the outside again and just work myself towards the middle when I'm done with those? Because the first thing I'm thinking is that this whole thing is 7.5 meters wide. So if we go back a little bit, hello? Making up words as we go. But you're all wonky now. So this whole thing is 7.5 meters. So I was thinking, because the rebars we have are like 6 meters. So I'm thinking if I make one for the corner like this, I could also make one that goes inwards like that. So that could be a... Yeah, the toilet is looking mighty small. Yeah, that's the toilet right there. So let's hope it's according to measures. The thing is that, of course, the inner walls will actually be like inside these foundation molds. So hopefully it should be like 20 centimeters larger on all sides. So yeah, that's basically mean 40 centimeters every direction. But the toilets, I don't think they need to be that large, because there's like wasted space in many of those. It depends, of course, if you have like a shower or not. But since this one will just have the toilet and like a basin for washing hands, shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, we'll see when or if, I don't know which one, if we ever get that far, what will it look like. But yeah, so the first question is, where do we start? Because I was thinking, do I start like just bend one of those 6 meter ones, so that I would have like a corner to start from. It doesn't really matter which side do I go for first. Because the other thing I was wondering is that I could also check from the papers how long is this one going that way. So do we just put in a whole 6 meter one there? I could maybe actually just check the plans a little bit. Check the plans first. I can come. Wait, maybe I have to lift you guys a bit. It's extremely tight. Like this. So yeah, I'll come inside into the sun to read the designs. So yeah, the one going that way is actually 7 meters. So yeah, that would actually work. So we could put in a complete 6 meter one there. But then I guess we could like measure that one there. So we could maybe make one that goes like this and then like turns that way. But I guess we have to start somewhere, so we might as well just like place a few of those rebars, let's say like here and there, and see where we go from there. Because we do also have like these smaller, like 1.2 meter ones that we could use to connect these two, so that's what I'm also thinking, if we'll just use those. I also have like a piece of wood that's supposedly 41 centimeters long, so I'll have to find that one, because that's what I use to measure that they are overlapping enough, because the design here says that the rebars need to overlap 40 centimeters, so we need to have at least that much overlap. But yeah, so the goal for today is to get all of these. We have to add in one rebar everywhere. There's also there's like another stick that I was using to get it in the middle, like close to the middle. So yeah, let's find those first. Then I also have to uncover the bending workplace, but that's under a tarp at the moment. So yeah, let's see how fast we get moving. I feel like I will be like in 40 minutes or something, I'll be like, we've got nothing done and we've been live for 40 minutes, guys, what is this? But I guess the starting part is a bit slow to get the engine started. I'm also slightly stuffed. We went to a lunch buffet place and I ate a lot, maybe a bit too much even. But yeah, so I found the sticks. So the shorter one is for getting the middle part, and then the longer part is to make sure that the rebars are overlapping enough on top of each other. But yeah, I guess I'll bring in a few of those 6-meter ones, because I know we'll need them, like a few of those without any bends. So I'll just bring a few, I guess, somewhere in the middle there, and I think I'll put one here at least, and then I know that the sides will also need some of those, so we'll start by bringing a few of those here. Where do I put the ruler? If only I had like a tool belt. I was thinking if I place it on you guys, but actually there. I do now have the measuring tape. So if I ask where it is, you have to raise your hands. Be like me. I have your measuring tape, I swear. But yeah, let's bring some rebar. I think I could bring in 3. Let's hope I won't like smash into you guys. That would be diabolical. Clonk. So yeah, this would be here, and then I guess I could place this one here and see how far it goes. Because I guess we could use the 1.2 meter ones to tie those up. We could even have one probably going that way as well, because again it's 7.5 meters. So again we could have like ones in there to tie them to. So then I think the only hard parts would be this place here. And for that I guess we could do the same as we did there, that we measure how much do we need and then bend it on both ends. Like we cut to the needed length and then bend both ends. Here it is actually. Well, yeah, we'll have to place this one first because there's no like support on this part here. But when we add the one going sideways, we can then tie this one to it. But yeah, let's place some of these. As you can see, I'm stuffed, guys. Yes, I'm dying. I was murdered by the buffet. So something like this. I guess it would need to go more to the center. But yeah, from this it looks like we can basically start from any side. I was thinking, do we do the bend that way already? Guess that could help. That could maybe help. Trying to think of the least amount of like hard bends. Because if we measure that side there, and let's just make one that goes either this way or that way. It doesn't actually matter which way it goes. But yeah, let's take the measure first. So let's do that. We'll start with that, and that will hopefully save us a little bit of grief when we end up doing the inner parts, the inner walls. Let's see if I can take the measure. I can. Very nice. From here to here, 290. Minus 30 is 230. So yeah, we need a rebar with the bend at around 230. We could even have it do yeah, I guess it would make sense for it to do some kind of bend at the end as well, so it would be easy to tie it up. So let's do that actually. So we'll have a one going straight, then there's a bend of 230, and then some kind of bend either way at the other end. So let's start with a sort of a complex one. We could actually also measure how much is it from this direction. To here it's 230 as well. So then I guess it could make sense to go this way, so we can just put the rest that way, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Should I put it in the chat again? Last stream I was using, last Friday stream I was using the chat as a place to put in some measurements. Let's put in those measures as well. So it's easy because again the chat phone is right in front of me, so I can always reference that. But yeah, let's go to the bending station then and start with this. Hopefully getting some progress again. I don't think we have actually a few things we could do after we're done with this. The one thing is that you can see there's a pile of rebars that haven't been bent yet. We'll come tomorrow with my brother to tie these L-shaped ones, and for that sake it would make sense to have more than the piles we have at the moment there to do it. So I was thinking that I could maybe bend a few piles after I'm done with this, but I guess it depends how exhausted I am, because there's already a pile of like 100 there, so it's not too bad. But I feel like for tomorrow's progress it would be nice if there was more than 100, so that we don't have to like stop the work because we run out of those bent rebars. But we'll see. Let's first try and uncover this. What the hell? How has this... I actually need to take out the whole tarp because I don't know how this handle has gone through here without... Doesn't look like it will work. Might be that I started with that and only after put these underneath. Like so. So yeah, now we have the bending station to use. So again I put it in the chat, so we need a 220 and a 40 at the end. So I guess we could start with the 40-ish centimeters at the end. So we just have to do a 90 degree on that. So yeah, let's take a whole 6 meter rebar from here. Feed it in. I wonder where they were before. Was this here, or because it could be that has also moved. But yeah, either way, I also need the ruler again or the measuring tape. Let's take that one. So yeah, minimum 40 centimeters. This is way past that. Yeah, something like this. Something like that. But yeah, I think I'll put in a pallet or something here somewhere so that it would be like at least close to the same level as all the other stuff. Yes, something like that would work for now. I wonder if it moved a little bit, but yeah, it's still way past 40, so that's all good. So yeah, there we have the first 90-degree angle, and then we would need to make sure the middle part there is the 230. So we'll have to push this forwards. It doesn't actually matter which way this guy is bent, because it can go on either side. It's just that it gets tied up, like it's overlapping enough. So we just push this guy far enough to get the 230. That's actually quite a lot. Something like this. So somewhere here it would need to be on the let's measure it again. It's actually gonna be a bit tricky to bend this guy because of it's over there, so when I start bending it, it will like get stuck everywhere there, but we'll see. We'll see how much of a struggle this will be. Yep, looks to be okay. Now the question is, how do we get it out? Get it out. Guess we could roll out the whole thing and take out the handle before we just lift it up, but can also push it that way. Like so. It's a bit awkward to carry. But yeah, so this is the piece we just got. I think I'll carry it over there and then I'll bring you guys, unless actually I'll just take another measure and see what we need after this. Although I guess the measuring tape is with you, so I'm left with no other option to come back. It's actually interesting to do alone, lifting these up and putting them here and there. But yep, that's there now. So I guess I'll bring you guys for you have the measuring tape. So we'll take another measure and continue then. Oh wait, the measuring tape is actually here. Let's take this, because now we'll do the corners next, or at least one corner, and moving on from there. So yeah, this is basically here now. You can see that the end there is a bit curved. That doesn't really matter, we'll just tie it down. So that should be all good. But yeah, it's somewhere here where we place it. I can tie it up soon enough. But now I'll just take a measure from where this ends to there. Make sure that they now overlap enough with that measure. And then I'll just like the rest goes that way. So we'll just make this cone next. And then I think we'll use a whole 6 meter one to continue from there onwards. So yeah, that would be the next step then. I was also thinking, do we place a whole 6 meter one here, but it's not gonna be long enough. I think we could maybe have it long enough if we put 1.2 meter ones at both ends, but we'll see. We don't have to do that now, we can do it later, so we can like end with that. But yeah, so next thing is to measure how much do we need to get to that corner there. We'll do that next. And like last week, I think the slowest part here is if we are to cut them one at a time, so that's a bit slow, but it also, I feel like it keeps this manageable. So from here to here is 210, so we need a minimum of 250, maybe 260. 260 here, and then the rest needs to go that way. So yeah, let's go bend that one. And then I guess we could start like tying them up as well already. So a few of these, we'll use the sticks again to make sure that they are in the middle. But yeah, 250 minimum. I think I need to write that down in before I'm like, how much was it, guys? Guys, how much was it? I don't remember anything. There was also an interesting day yesterday. I was trying to get my computer to start and it didn't. And I now have a new processor, like a CPU for it. So we'll see if that helps or not. Because the motherboard was giving a red light and I checked the manual and it said that is for a CPU error. So I just went in and returned it and said these were the symptoms and I don't know anything else than this, and they were like, yeah, they don't actually like, we don't do any maintenance on them, which is of course like understandable if you think about like CPUs are made like with nanometer accuracy. It's not like someone on the back room can be like, yeah, I'll just whip up some kind of tools to start troubleshooting what could be the issue. So I just got a new one. Well, actually I had to like upgrade a bit because they didn't have the same model in stock, so I just paid a little bit and got the next one. Upgraded it while I was there. So yeah, 250 minimum. Can't believe this. 250. There's 260, so let's do that, because again we haven't tied it up, so it's not like accurate measure yet, so we leave a 10 centimeter wiggle room there. But yeah, so we'll just bend this from here. Also remember that after these like large ones, bending those 80 centimeter ones was like so much easier. So it's like better to do it this way, that we start with the long ones, and then at the end we would bend maybe a bundle or two of those. But yeah, so now we would need to get it out. This is the tricky part. Wonder, can we go this way? There we go. So now we would have the corner one. Guess I'll carry it over there as well. So yeah, I guess then we could tie a few of them, the ones that we have there, so because we then can continue with a long 6 meter one, and so there's plenty to tie up at that point. Because I don't feel like it makes sense to get the tying machine out for each of these. It's like separately. So it makes more sense to tie a few when we get them done. But yeah, so I'll bring you guys closer and I'll get the tying machine. So I was here on Tuesday tying the lower parts of those foundation molds by hand, and yesterday I was here tying the rest of them with the machine, and the machine is so much faster. It's also like the upper parts are so much easier than the lower parts to tie, so I guess it was also that those two things combined was that what made it so much easier. So yeah, I guess maybe I'll put you guys more to this angle. You're a bit far away, but you get a more of an overall view of what's happening. So yeah, we now have a rebar, as you can see, going that way, then go this way, and then the one that we just did was the one going that way with the turn. So then we can put in a 6 meter one, I guess, from where this one ends that way, and we can then measure how much is needed for the last part. So yeah, I'll go get the tying machine. I could maybe also take the measuring tape. It's now on you guys. Let's forget it there. Can't believe this. Can't believe. Yeah, that sound is from the tying machine. So yeah, I have this here to tell me when it's approximately in the middle. This one is actually good, so I think I'll need to move it slightly towards me from this angle, because there's quite a lot of space and it's overlapping there, so we'll move it a bit backwards like this, I guess. Yeah, that would work. So then I guess it's just, oh yeah, it's locked, otherwise it would have been just like start blasting. Maybe now, like so. And then this end here, I think I only need to tie it from here for now, because when we put in the one that goes like this, we'll then tie it to that one. So yeah, then it's, I guess, to make sure that one overlaps enough and tied together. I wonder, do we tie them from there? Because it also depends on how do we connect this one. Yeah, the overlapping is clearly enough. Tied up. And then I guess the corner here is the next question mark. It looks to me like it's quite good. I guess a bit towards you guys. Yep, that looks to be good. But yes, as you can see, this machine here is gonna make this thing so much faster. because I could demonstrate you how to tie this by hand if you'd like to see it, so we can go closer. I can do like a tie over there, so I'll get you guys closer to it. I might have to take down the legs of the tripod quite a lot actually. So just bear with me a second. It's easy to do when it's like when there's nothing in the way. Could maybe actually put you guys on that side so you'll see me do it when I'm on the other side. I could have you guys even closer, but I guess we'll be there for now. So yeah, a demonstration of how to tie by hand. There's, I think, many ways to do it, so I'm not saying this is the only or the best way. It's just the way I've been taught by my father to do it. I don't know where he has learned it. He has worked on like construction when he was younger, so maybe someone with actual knowledge has taught him. But the thing is that you start with a, assuming you can see this, so you start with like a wire. You can have them on a roll as well, but this is just like a wire you have, and you bend it like this, so you make the ends meet, and then you squeeze it a little bit from there, so that you end up with like a hook kind of shape, and then you bend it from there as well, so you get sort of like this hook kind of, I don't know, iron wire I guess, and then whatever you want to tie you hook with it, so you end up with the hook and the other like threads, and depending on I guess what kind of tool you're using or how you do it, it's like basically just hooking up that circle or whatever you call it, what you've made, and then it's just spinning. So you just take these two and start spinning them together. And some of these have the handle rotate, which I'm not a fan of, so I prefer this one that's like the handle is stuck, so I'll just use all my wrist for this. The thing I guess if you have to do a lot of this is that it could like be maybe harmful for your wrist if you have to do it only on your wrist. And then another thing is that if you overdo it, you break the wire, so you don't want to make too many loops with it. But you have like a special kind of hook for this that you just like rotate to get it hooked. But as you can see, it's a lot slower than what I did with the machine, because it's just like pulling the trigger on the machine. But you can see those are like underneath the foundation molds have like two different ties on them. So the bottom ones I've done by hand, and the upper ones I've done with the machine, because the machine doesn't really fit for the under, like the lower parts. So I can maybe show you what I mean by that. So here for example you can see that this one here I've done by hand, but this one here is done by the machine. So again, it's so much faster to do with the machine, but also like slightly harder with the size of it. But yeah, that's demonstration of how to do those by hand. If you ever need to tie up rebar. On the machine there's like also like parameters for if you wanted to make 2 or 3 like loops, I guess. So there's some like things you can adjust on it. But yeah, let's set you back somewhere here. Sorry, I was extending the legs. So yeah, then we continue with the actual work. It also looks like it's raining ever so slightly, so like a small drizzle. Hopefully it doesn't go crazy from there. But yeah, so then I think we'll put in a 6-meter one. The other option we could actually do is we could also like just check the measure from how much is it from to this corner, and we could do a bend here as well, and then continue with the 6-meter one. But I don't know if that would help us. Maybe it would. So actually, should we do that? It might help us in the, because we're now basically making the inner parts while we're doing the outer parts as well. So maybe this is a good idea. So I'm just wondering, let's measure from this part here. The half point here, it's 360. So it would be 4 meters. It would go 2 meters that way, which I think would be quite perfect. Quite perfect, so that whatever's left would go all the way to that end. So yeah, 4 meters is where we need to do a bend then. So I guess I'll take the machine back into the case for now, since we are gonna be doing some more bending after all. Can't believe this, guys. I think I'll also close the case that this machine is in, because if it starts raining I don't need to run to it. It's rain protected in the case. But yeah, so 4 meters. 4 meters minimum. Let's do a 410 just to be safe again. Because then I guess after we're done with the ulterior walls, since we're making the interiors while we're doing this, it shouldn't be too long and we'll be done then. I guess it could be like we only need to do like one of the inner parts. There's also, I think, was maybe like a 2 meter one left over, so we'll see if that can be used for anything as well. So yeah, 2 meters. I guess 190 would be the one with the extra, so that we don't make it too short by accident. Can't believe this. Not sure what you can see. I don't know if I placed you guys properly. But yeah, something like this would work. 190. So yeah, then we bend. This one should be easy to bend because it's in the air, not on top of the pile of rebar. I think that's all good. Not too bad. So yeah, then I guess we'll rotate this end. Oh yeah, but then that's where the fun stuff ends. Can't believe this. Now it's coming out. No. What the hell? The whole thing is stuck. Okay, now. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. How was that so hard? Can't believe this. But yeah, so now we have another rebar to put on the, continue from the corner. I'm again wondering if I take you with me, or do I just carry this over there? While I'm contemplating, I guess I could have already done either one. So let's just carry it over there. Such a awkward shape. Such an awkward shape, this guy. Let's hope we have enough overlap. I guess it does look like we do, but we'll see. But yeah, I'll go get you guys, and then I guess we'll tie up again. I also need to remember the measuring tape. But yeah, the rain luckily hasn't started any more than the few drops we had. So far so good. Let's take you guys. Also the tripod is somehow loose. I'm wondering what's up with that again. It feels like every stream I have to tighten some bolt on it. But yeah, so here you can see the part I'm a bit worried about is why does it want to rotate? So this part here is whether there's enough overlap there or not. But I'll go get the tying machine. I guess the most time I'm using here is just like walking back and forth, so I guess it was Skelly last stream that was optimizing this for me, that you should do more than one rebar. Carry more than one at a time, so you lose less time just going back and forth. But yeah, so I would first need to see this side, how much is it like in the center there or not, and then we can check if it overlaps enough there or not. Something like this would be okay. Can come a bit backwards. Yep. So now if that overlap is enough, we can use this. It looks like it might be a bit close, but the stick is oh, actually it's not even close. It's hella. It's like a 7 centimeters or so extra. So it just looked ominous. Oh yeah, actually let's first measure this. No, that doesn't look too bad. So let's tie that in. So yeah, now we're basically making the outer walls, but while we're doing this we also making these turns and stuff for the inner walls to make that a bit faster. Because with the overlap, when we were making the inner walls, we also always had to use like the end part had to be the one bend, so that there would be like enough overlap between the two. But now that we are like ending these with the turn, we can then continue with the straight one having the overlap here. We can actually just have it here, so we can already place the next one going that way. But yeah, so far I think this is progressing quite nicely. I feel like it's a lot faster than it was last Friday when we were doing the main building, but I guess it's partly because we've done this already, so it's like less of a what do we do and more of just like getting it done. So put it a bit away. It only needs to overlap 40 centimeters, but I guess if it overlaps a bit extra, it's not a bad thing. So yep, let's take the overlapping stick. So this is 41 centimeters. So if this fits between, then it's good. So this one here can fit like 1.5 of these. Wondering if we should like push this that way a little bit, because there's like another one of those going sideways, but I don't think it can reach that and this one at the same time. So I think this one maybe is the more important. So we'll tie it here. Again, assuming that the center one is correct. Seeing that it's right next to the previous ones, I don't think there's any other possibility than it being okay. Let's tie it. And then we move onwards. Guess we could place one here. Squeak. I wonder how many more ties can we do before we run out of rope on this guy. We don't like every other, so continue with that. Yeah, apparently it is long enough to go here, but it went underneath it. Let's put it over. So yeah, now we can measure this rest of the corner and again tie one that goes that way. Then I guess it should be like one going this way turns and then measure another one, and again it should turn. We'll see when I don't know if you can actually see me pointing my fingers here and here. But the question mark then is, after we do this corner and the next corner, is whether or not we get again to this middle part, and if we want to, I guess. But yeah, I need the measuring tape, so I'll go get that. Wonder where do maybe I'll just yeet it over there where it'll be needed next. Same for this guy. But yeah, I think you have the measuring tape. Yep. Chat, can't believe you're holding the measuring tape hostage. But yeah, so I'll go. Can't believe this tripod is all wavy. Also, for some reason the locks on these are opened. This one I think should be opened maybe. Yeah, we can lift you guys upwards a bit. I don't know if that's something we want, but that happened, guys. You're not taller. So yeah, I'll go measure this corner. I guess I could also, I was thinking, do I measure the remaining one as well, but I guess we can measure it when we get it. So we can just do this one by the one. It's not like we're in a rush. We're like, I think halfway done already or something like that. Maybe not halfway, maybe like 1/3, but still making quite a decent progress. No need to rush it. So yeah, I'll need to measure the remaining part before the corner. So from here to here it's 220, so again we need a minimum 260. So let's do like 270. So yeah, I guess that's all for now. $270. Sorry, I was staring you guys a little bit. Also, thank you very much, Kelly, for the subscription. I keep reading these like subscribe for 5 months in a row. Because there was like one message, I think it was from Egguna last stream, last Friday it might have been, that she was like subscribed for 6 months and has been in like 5 months in a row. So I'm not sure. I think that might have meant that it was like 6 months in advance. But I don't know. I'm curious. I'm too amateur on these. Good day. I have a takeaway cup full of cookies shamelessly taken from the lunch place. Very nice. You should always get your money's worth. So much appreciated, much approved. Hello. Can't believe this cookie theft. What kind of cookies are they? Are they any good? Although you have to like mess up quite bad if you make a cookie that's not like even a little bit good. So yeah, 270 is I guess what I said. I don't believe it's this stuck. Something like this maybe. A various assortment. Haven't tasted them yet. The tea needs to cool down first, though I see it's gonna be a British tea and biscuit. I must practice restraint for once. Can't believe this. That is diabolical. Also, Skelly, you weren't here. I was explaining my yesterday morning was a bit of a catastrophe. I started up my PC and noticed that okay, the LEDs, the LEDs on the case, that they didn't go the correct color, which I'm assuming means that it doesn't go past BIOS at least. Maybe not even that all the way there, but at least not past where the LEDs are controlled, which would be I think maybe at BIOS, BIOS or rightly after. So I was like, okay, that's not a good sign. And then I just held the power button to shut it down and tried again. So when I pushed it again to power it on, it the lights flashed and then nothing. So then it was all darkness in the PC, and I was like, oh dear, but I have to get to work. So then during my work day I was like, okay, I'll just order a new power supply unit, so PSU, because I maybe it's that, because I had a few blue screens and stuff right after I built the PC, and from the Windows event viewer it said that those are power supply related. So I then went through all the cables and haven't had them anymore after that. Well, I was thinking with that, I was thinking that I can always return it if it's not that. But then when I got home, when I was I went in here, I was working here in the evening, and when I got back home I was let's just put some power on it first. And the motherboard is giving me a red colored LED, and I was like, okay, let's check the manual, and that's yeah, it's a CPU related issue. And I'm now I have a power supply unit waiting to see. But yeah, I went today and got a new CPU, so I went gave the former one back and said that these are the symptoms, and they were yeah, they don't really fix the CPU, so they'll just hand me a new one, and they will hope it works. But yeah, so I have a fresh CPU waiting in the car now. But yeah, so that was my morning yesterday. A bit of a stress, because I work from home, so I was yeah, I have my other computer, the one I had before I built this new one. I was that should still have most of the stuff I need, so I just have 20 minutes or so before my first meeting starts, so I'll just switch it all up. And then I was yeah, but the thing is that doesn't have a GPU at the moment. But actually I had just gotten some weeks ago an old GPU from my friend Mohis, who has also been here at the plot once helping. So he upgraded his GPU, and he had a leftover 1080 Ti, I think it was. So I was I'll just put that in there. and I was yeah, I have 20 minutes before the meeting starts, but that's plenty time to put in a GPU, because again it had a previous GPU, the former machine I had. I just reused it for my new PC, so it had all the powers and all that stuff already there, so it was doable. But yeah, it was a different kind of wake up, because usually I'm hella drowsy in the mornings, but when that thing flickered the lights gave out, I was completely awake. So that woke me up quite fast. Having some trouble with it. Also, can't believe Bogus, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. It's already been a month again, goddamn. Yeah, the months do go fast, worryingly fast. We actually now have a date for the concrete pouring. So the concrete will be poured 24th, so in 2 weeks, I guess. In Friday 24th. What the hell? Why is it so stuck here again? to loosen this up, or is that even possible? Yes, I guess this could maybe help me get it out. But yeah, so I'm a bit stressed about the upcoming pouring stuff. Damn, I also want to impulse buy a new GPU. Yeah, I'm also, like, I was thinking already before I got the GPU from Mohis that maybe I should just get a new one, but they're so expensive. Like, I have a 3080 on my main PC now, and like justifying something like 5080 is a bit hard, because you know the actual like computing power hasn't really like gotten that much better. It's mostly about the DLSS and stuff. If you get any like improvements, so it's a bit hard justification. My computer survived the Linux reinstall, also miraculously got Baldur's Gate 3 working again by opening up some UDP port some guy on Steam forum said to open. That is diabolical. Diabolical. You justify that 5080 and I'll buy you a 3080. I can't believe this. Nix OS, oh I see. I also have never heard of that. But I'm such a bleb when it comes to the Linux stuff. I've only like heard about Ubuntu and Kubuntu and those kind of normie stuff. But yeah, I guess for Egguna's computer it would be nice to get her like a GPU as well. I guess the 1080 Ti could maybe run most of the games Egguna would be playing. Like if we play together something, it would mostly be something like, let's say, like Tropico or Minecraft or something like that. So I don't think it would be necessary to get a 3080 on her PC, but I feel like for my GPUs there's like a long line of people waiting for the hand-me-outs. Because again, my godson is also like hoping to get a PC. So I was also thinking if I were to upgrade, I could maybe give him some parts as a hand-me-out or hand-me-down, how do you call it? So let's go this way first. So yeah, this corner is the next one. I'm eyeing it up. I guess we can measure it from there. Trying to see if it's like even close to where it would need to be, like the previous one, I mean. So maybe I'll just measure it. Because again, there's like no rush in us going in and tying these up. So yeah, that's pretty much where it needs to be. So then we'll just measure. It's pretty cool. You can configure the whole system in Nix, a programming language, to get a reproducible system. So reinstall was very easy. Oh yeah, that sounds nice. Is it like you could make like virtual machines, sort of like you have an image and it's just like Docker and stuff have those stuff you can run. Can't believe that was a diabolical attempt. Because I've mostly been working on the Windows ecosystem, and there we have like virtual machines that more or less have the same stuff. When you can reinstall them basically anywhere. The biggest troubles I remember having is like if you need to have a computer in domain and stuff, is when you have to like, I don't know what the word would be, like restore them or whatever, like deploy, I guess. And then there's like issues with those. But yeah, I measured it, but I have to say I completely forgot to measure immediately. So let's do another one. Should have maybe said it out loud so you could have like blamed you for forgetting it. I think it was 430, but too many distractions, guys. It's you too. I'm blaming you guys. Yeah, so it's 390 with the 40 centimeter overlap we'll do a 430. Let's type it in the chat to be safe. That's in the other tab of the Steam hardware server, yeah. Yeah, I would assume it's not the most commonly used one. Kind of, it's more like instructions of install these packages from, oh yeah. So it's just like a sort of like a template of like for the machine to like do this, then do that. And after you've done these, continue with this. So yeah, that makes sense. I feel like that's even like maybe more robust than just like a copy. And also like space-wise, it would be significantly lighter. Because again, if you have like a virtual machine of, let's say, like a Windows 11 or whatever, those are usually like tens of gigabytes. Or at least gigabytes, I don't know, tens maybe, but those are quite heavy. So I think it would be a lot lighter with these settings and so on. Yeah. A really fancy package manager. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that sounds smart. So yeah, 430 was the minimum we'd need. If this is 6 meter long, we could bend, because again it's easier to bend the short part here, so we leave the long part there. So we can actually measure it from that side to here, that's the 430. Or then we can do the opposite, because this is 6 meter long, so we could do like 170 from that side. To be safe, we could look like 160. So then I'll take a long one, turn it around, try to feed it in. Guys, help. Can't believe it. I think something like this, maybe a bit shorter. So yeah, we'll bend it at something like 160 to 170, somewhere between there. 160 is here, 170 is there, so we actually nailed it quite well with the estimation. So yeah, we'll bend it here. Again, trying to get the 90-degree angle. You have to go a bit over, because when you let go of it, it like reverts a little bit. It goes backwards slightly. So for that sake, it's better if you do slightly over the angle you need. And again, it's on the ground there. So yeah, that would be the next corner. I was thinking this looked diabolically short, but yeah, this is the one that's going on the long end. So we'll just continue there with the 6 meter one. So yeah, that should be good. That should be all good, I swear, guys. Now the question is, do I have enough hands to carry this and you guys and the measuring tape? Let's see. Maybe put the measuring tape on the bag you're in. So you guys have to carry the measuring tape. So yeah, move out. Moving forwards. I feel like my hand is wiggling. So yeah, this is for the last corner there. Let's try to get there first. So here somewhere. I'll leave you here somewhere. Like so. What the hell? Who's there bending some rebar? Can't believe this. But yeah, so these would be, I guess we could again take the time and tie these up. How's the rebar bending been now that you're actually on a schedule with the concrete pouring? It's hella stressful. I also have like prior experience with concrete pouring when my father has been doing his like garage, and then like a pier, like next to the ocean, and then like another sort of like, well, it's not like a garage, but like a shelter, I guess. And none of the times I've been there for concrete pouring has it gone without a hitch. I guess the one time there was like a outdoor pool. No, but that was only done by us. So like I've been on a concrete pouring stuff many a times. Every time that we've had a machine like a truck come in, it has gone to shit. Basically every time the machine comes in with like pouring the concrete from above, it has somehow gone wrong. Mostly it's been like these kind of molds, of course not these kinds of molds, but molds that my father has made have like exploded, and and we've been in deep shit with them. So that's like the biggest stress for me, is like whether these hold or not. Again, it's only 20 centimeters that we'll be pouring, so I feel like it would be more of a miracle if these guys exploded that they wouldn't. Did I say that correct? It would be a miracle if they exploded instead of like holding, because these are like made for this. Because what my father has been using has been like making them from like planks and stuff, so those have never held. I don't think once that we've been doing them again with the machine. When we've been like pouring them with like a wheelbarrow, those have always held, because there's like so much less pressure when it's like you pouring it from a wheelbarrow instead of like it coming from the hose and spraying it on the. But yeah, so this one again will be brought in with a truck, so there will be like a truck somewhere there next to the road. It will have a like a long arm upwards, and again like towards here, and then it will be like a going downwards, and it will be like coming from high up. So there's quite a lot of pressure when it like strikes here. So I'm a bit worried. And there's also of course like the schedule pressure, but I feel like we have plenty of time, because I already said to the guys that we get the concrete from, I will get the tools while I have, that either the 24th Friday or then the 17th Friday. So the 17th would be like next Friday, I think, surely. Yeah, because today's 10th. So yeah, it would either be like next Friday or the Friday after, and I did say that I would prefer the Friday after, so the 24th, and it was like all the same for them. But I was already like sort of prepared that if only the 17th Friday worked, that we would just like hustle, just work harder, faster. Because there's not that much left. After I'm done with these that I'm gonna be doing today, we only need to add in some of those L-shaped rebars, and then I'll need to add in some more rebar to places where there's like not enough overlap. I don't know if there's one that I can show you. I guess there is. Let me show you what I mean. So here, for example, this corner, or like this connection here, so you can see that this here, the rebar going that way, it's like 20 centimeters overlapping on the one going that way. So on this intersection, because of like how close those molds were and how we cut them up. So I'll add some more rebar to these parts where there's like not enough overlap, because again the design said that we need to have a 40 centimeter overlap. So there's not that much to do here, luckily, anymore before we can start pouring the concrete. So it's mostly these and then the L-shaped ones. Looking forward to the pouring now that you really sold the experience. Yeah, it's gonna be hell, I swear. Wait, what? No, but we'll see. I guess I'm also like I'm asking around who can come in and like who can help, because there's also like the amount of people we need. We need to like do some math on it. Because I was thinking I could ask you, Bogus, like I already said, that if you can come in. But if there's like, let's say like 10 people here, there's I think actively 3 people needed. Because one would be holding on to the hose that spews the concrete from the sky. So that's for one person to do. And then there would be another person like leveling the aftermath. And then I guess before that person there will be also like one person with like a vibrating machine and the vibrating machine will be the one used for making sure there's no air bubbles inside the concrete. So there's like 3 people actively needed for it. So that's why I'm thinking like if there's 10 people here, it's mostly people that's just like thinking what should I do now. So I think something like 5 or 6 would be a nice number of people here. But I'm expecting this to be less of a mayhem than than the ones that my father has had. But we'll see. I also asked Citronelli if, and she is coming, and I'm asking her to be here because of she could be doing the stream, so she'll be on the camera and with the microphone for this reason that I can then fuck, I tied it up already and I need to move it. Can't believe this. But yeah, so for the reason that I could then be completely focusing on the pouring instead of having to make sure that you guys are seeing and all that stuff. So Citronelli will be on the stream, just with my account of course, but she will be like handling you guys. So you have to behave like you always do, but even more so. It's like a substitute teacher comes in. Yeah, I'll come if you need me. Yeah, I'll let you know. I think I'll know by the end of like next week. But like the default would be that we would need you. So it's only if like, let's say suddenly someone like Eguna's brothers would be like, yeah, we're coming or something like that. So it would only be like if we get someone we're not expecting. Because there's a lot of people I can ask, but most of them are like, yeah, I'm working then. So it's like hard to get people to work when it's like Friday. Did it come too much? I think it might have. Now we can at least move it. So let's see where it needs to go. Yeah, that would be okay spot. So maybe let's tie it here first. And only after we can tie it together with the others. Substitute teacher energy is amazing, yeah. Amateur making rebar mistakes with the green card. Can't believe this. Can't believe I get a green card for that. That's diabolical. But yeah, luckily these are like you can see that it's just that this machine like it makes a knot. So it like goes from both ends and then twists it. So you can like undo them by just twisting them the other way. So like I showed you guys how to do it by hand with the hook. So it's similar to that. Similar to that, of course. Let's tie it a few more times. So yeah, that should be that one done. So then the question is, do we continue with the 6 meter one that way, or do we make a turn there somewhere? I think we could maybe continue with the 6 meter one. So I'll move you guys around so you know what I'm talking about. The machine makes it sound like it's from a video game. The exact same each time. Yeah, that is true. It's like it plays a audio loop from like a speaker on it. But yeah, so the question was that whether we go with the 6 meter one that we don't without any bends, just like up straight forwards, or if we measure how much would it be here and do a bend. The thing is that the previous one we've made, so this one here came with the bend, and I think this one with the 6 meter one towards here, can't believe the tripod is all messed up, would maybe come all the way here, so we could also measure that. So then we wouldn't need to go like this way, so we could go with the long one with just enough bend on that sense that we could tie it together. So we'll see which one makes more sense. Actually, you guys have the measuring tape, so We don't even need to speculate. Why do you guys see? Do I need to move you guys a bit? Maybe like this. So yeah, I will measure because it's somewhere here is where the previous one ends. So with the 40 centimeter overlap, we will measure how much is it from there. Because the whole thing is 7.5 meters, but that's from the outside to the other outside. So it would be less on the inside. We also have those, like I've mentioned, we have like those 120 centimeter long ones that we could use if we need to make like those turns and stuff. But yeah, so this is like less than, so this would be 5 meters here. So it would be quite close to 5 here would be like minus 30 centimeters. So it would be 470. This part here, and then it would be 25 centimeters here. So it would be basically 5 meters to match this guy here. And then we need a 40 centimeter overlap, 40 centimeter overlap there. But that would mean that the whole 6 meter one would actually just fit perfectly here. That's a thumbs up. That's a thumbs up from me. But yeah, then we could put in the whole 6 meter one, just go past it. We could do like a, I'll put in the measure over on the chat so that we can bend that one while we bend the next ones. So it would be 550 and a bend. So it would have like a 50 centimeter bend at the end. So yeah, then we will place the 6 meter one, so just like going straight on that side, and we'll measure how much do we need for the last bit, which will actually be, it'll be a bit interesting, we'll see. Because there's now the 6 meter one in the middle here, but that's not like connected on either end. So either we have to come in with 2 of those 120 centimeter ones. I guess that might be the easiest way to do it. So we just put one here and then another one on that end. But there's still the one going that way that we need to work out. But yeah, we'll cross the bridge when we get to it. Let's continue with the 6 meter one on the side there next to you guys. So I luckily brought in just enough of these 6 meter ones. So Skelly should be proud, because last time you said that I should avoid just walking back and forth and try to bring in more than one more than one at a time. So I did bring three of these the first time I came with these. So that should save us some time. But yeah, actually there's nothing left of this to bend towards the inner part either, so that went, I guess, better than expected in that sense as well. So again, we're making this side here. Pathfinding efficiency green cut, very nice, very nice. But yeah, so it's basically ending right there, so there wouldn't have been any extra to go past it anyways. But yeah, I think we might have to go with another 6 meter one right after. I don't think we can, like, we'll go to that corner without a 6 meter one. I'll again blow my nose before not beating the NPC allegations, though. Can't believe this. Can't believe these accusations. Diabolical. Truly diabolical. Can't believe these accusations. How long have we been? Almost 1.5 hours. I was wondering, because I think we're now maybe past halfway. Depends on how slow the last few are, I guess. Like whether or not we're halfway through or not. So depending on. Can't believe this. Can't believe this slander. Diabolical slander here in my own stream. Can't believe this. But yeah, so I'll tie those. Might as well tie those up. Let's see, there's the measuring block piece of wood. and also the tying machine. So again, these need to overlap this much. So yeah, that looks good. And then I guess I could leave the measuring tape. You guys have to guard it. Are you guarding it? There we go. So yeah, then I'll tie some more. But yeah, again the video game tying machine sounds. If I ever make a construction game, it needs to have this tying machine ASMR. So yeah, then I guess we'll bring another 6-meter one going that way. We could maybe then have a hydrate brake. We could maybe even already have a hydrate brake. But I guess the carrying one could carry it first. Let's bring it. Well guys, what are you guys looking at? Guys, you need to pay attention. The next part we're doing is this one here, so pay attention now guys. No sleeping. No falling asleep. So yeah, I'll bring a 6-meter one from here to here. It looks to me like it would be 6 meters. It's also like, I think that wall there is like, I don't remember if it's exact halfway, but I feel like it would be exactly halfway to the whole building, and this was like 14, maybe almost 15 meters deep. So for that sake it would be 6 meters. Can't believe this. Can't believe the hydrate redeems. Also the excuses. No, just kidding. But yeah, I'll bring the. That was not where I was aiming. I'll bring another 6-meter long one, and then I'll get you guys for a hydrate break. I like how when I pull out these rebars, I take the one on top, and then I start pulling on it, and it's like the other end is at the bottom, so they're like completely twisted on each other. So they're not making it any easy. I wonder if I should come from here or if this was a mistake. Mistake. Somewhere there. So yeah, we'll have a hydrate break. There's a berry here. I think it's a wonder actually what berry is this from, because it looks to me like a pihlajan marja. I don't know what's that in English, but there's none of those nearby here, so I don't know where that berry got here. Can't believe this. Someone is trying to sabotage. Berry sabotage. But yeah, let's have a hydrate, courtesy of Skelly. So yeah, then we have a. Can't believe this. Glad you paid for it, Hessu. It is very nice. Can't believe this. That is diabolical. Hessu is ready to be a father, it seems. 100%. But yeah, so progress wise, we have this one inner corner done. Then we are coming from that side with the interiors. So basically 6-meter one, I think it ends somewhere there. So we need to have like a, we would actually probably get a one that goes from here this way, turns, goes this way, turns towards here. I feel like that could maybe be a 6-meter one. So instead of like putting a separate one between here, we could maybe have one that goes like around it. We'll see. We'll see what the measures will be like. Because then we also have the measures now. So we need a 5-meter one from here. I think it's somewhere like here. We'll go from 550 to here and then the 50 centimeter turn to get the overlap. So those are the ones still needed. Here in the middle we have a rebar without any bends. So that's also something we need to attach then. But yeah, so far progress is it's going quite nicely. So I think we'll have time to do some bending as well, like those L-shaped ones. So I think we'll do those after as well. Because again, it will help us. We'll be here tomorrow without stream, but we'll be here with my brother to bend some of those L-shaped ones. So yeah, I'll get something to drink. Can't believe this. So that is diabolical. Truly. I'm glad there's something to use the points for, so you get your points worth, so to say. Someone will need to refill the fridge. Guess that someone is me. But luckily there was still cold Fanta in there. Can't wait for the sponsorship. Surely we're about to get one with the amount of Fanta we're drinking here. But yeah, there's one chair and there's one me, so it all adds up. But yeah, the clouds, I have to say, are looking a bit ominous. Let's see the forecast. You need 100,000 point redeem for something. I'm already at 60,000. Can't believe this, Kelly. Can't believe this. I know there's been like I know Nat has a 99 million something, like 9999 redeem for like and it's just like void. So I don't know what happens then. So I might have to put in something like that. So I know some have like, is it like VIP? I don't know what is allowed and what's not. I think at least like moderator rights you cannot have. I think there's like something against the rules about like having them as a reward. But I don't know if like VIP would be allowed. But I think you're already a VIP, so for you that wouldn't make a difference. So can't believe this. But yeah, it's not looking like it should be raining. Raining today. Tomorrow it might. VIP for points is fine. Yeah, I was thinking. I think that's like allowed, but I think moderator rights for points. I don't think that is. I remember reading something about it. Like there's some limitations as to what you can have as a reward for the, or like the, is it redeeming, rare redemption, I guess. So I think there's like maybe the moderator one is the one I remember. But yeah, Skelly surely already has a VIP. In the app I'm using, I don't see any of your badges, so I can't say for sure if you're a VIP or not, but I think you are. But yeah, if you have any like suggestions as to what it could be, that would be, I'm all ears for those. Because that's like really hard to like come up. Because there's also like, we could have like, I don't know, I'm gonna come up with like something that we cannot have is like make a cartwheel or something, because again I can't. But even then, like if we are like, let's say we're pouring concrete or something, and you guys are like redeeming, like do a cartwheel, it would be, the guy with the truck would be like, yeah, I'm actually paid by the hour, so can you? So yeah, it would need to be something like not too like interruptive of the construction efforts. Of course, we'll be having like a lot of gaming streams like during the winter time, so I'm assuming something like end of December or somewhere there. So we could have like completely different ones then, because I know there's like you can have like different kinds of like, let's say effects and stuff. So let's say you can have like a zoom or something, so you can zoom on the face and something like that. So we could have like maybe those kind of things when we get more of a PC streams. I guess we could have some kind of effects on this one too, but I don't know if they would make that much sense, because it's like the only one camera you're seeing, so it would be on all of it. So if we had like like status effects or something. Let's say it would be like a filter of like rain on it or something, maybe that. But I don't know if that would be like something you'd like, because again, I don't know if there's like people here that would like want that, because again, I feel like it would need to be something like me related, not just like the whole stream going with like a rain effect. So yeah, no cartwheels. Can't believe this. Diabolical. But yeah, so today I'll have to go in and change the CPU and hope for the best that it was that what was causing the. Yeah, I don't think it's the vibe for building. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's like getting all sorts of like. Let's say we could have like a twirling filters and stuff like that. I don't know if like any of those would make sense, because again, it would be the whole like whatever you're seeing. Like there's no way to like just make it on me when I'm like not in a separate camera. So yeah, I don't know if there's any good ones. I'll have to look up like what other people have, because I know there's like people that have like, let's say they can do like a Chewbacca noise or something, so they have like a redeem for that. But I don't know if there's anything like that I can do. I can shake my eyes, but I don't know if that's something you can like even see on a camera. Like if I would have to come like really close to shake my eyes, but even then I think I would have to like sit down, be completely still, the camera like right up to my eyeballs. Again, it would have to probably be on a tripod, because if my hand sways even a little bit, it would like probably not show on camera, because it's such a like small movement. So like I don't know if I have any other special talents than shaking my eyes, which is not something you'd like to do. Like I can do it, no worries, not for a long time, but I can do it for a short time at a time. But again, I don't know if it would even show on camera. Maybe if I had like a better camera and like again something like would be able to hold it still or something. But even then, like let's say we're pouring concrete and someone's like redeeming your shake your eyes, and I would need to rush over to the camera and be like, I'm shaking them, guys, believe me, I'm shaking them. So yeah, maybe not a special talent I can show on stream too much. Can't believe this, guys. Can't believe this. But yeah, I was actually prepared to like change the PSU, so like getting all the cables out and putting them again like with the new power supply unit. So we'll see if that's still needed. So hopefully not, but we'll see. The CPU change is a lot faster, so I'm like not complaining in that sense. Again, it was easy to go in there and they were like, yeah, we'll just give you another one. So it was like no hassle. The only thing I had, like I was there like 9:40. So again, like for those that joined in late, yesterday morning when I tried to power up my PC, the lights flickered and it didn't start. And then in the evening when I came back to it, I checked and there was like a red LED, and from the motherboard manual I just like read it from there that means there's a fault on the CPU. So I just went to the shop today, but I was still like at 9:40, because I thought to my brother that we'll go for lunch at like 10:30. So I was there like 20 minutes before 10. I was thinking that I have like 50 minutes before we need to be at the lunch place, so that's all good. And I was like, I'll have to pick up my brother and stuff. But the place opened at 10. I was like hella surprised, because I was like sure that they would open like at 8 or something. So I was just like waiting outside 20 minutes for them to open. But I was then of course like first in line, and there was actually a huge line behind me. Like, when I like got the new CPU, there were like maybe 15 people there waiting to be served with whatever they had, like what problems they had. So luckily I was there like first one when like got out there, because it was like 15 minutes past 10 when I finally got out of there. So I was a bit late to get my brother, but somehow we like I was fast enough to get here on time. So I think I started the stream at like 12, so at like noon exact, so wasn't late. Not this time, guys. I swear I was on time. But yeah, I was surprised that the place only opened at 10. Because I was assuming they would have surely opened at 8. But yeah, it all worked out in the end. I should have maybe just checked online what the opening times are. Although I have to say again, if I had been there like let's say 5 minutes past 10, if I had like checked online that okay, I need to be there at like it opens at 10, so there's no point in being early. So if I had been there like let's say 5 minutes past 10, and there would be like no way in like any universe that I would have been out of there like before like 10:30 or something, because there were so many people queuing up for the like returns and maintenance and stuff. So that was surprising. But I guess there was some luck involved with me coming in early, being the first ones in there then. But yeah, that's my story for the CPU. But yeah, the guy actually, it was a woman, like a young lady. They were, and she was saying like, yeah, AMD has like gave us the instructions that they don't like maintenance these. They like don't try to fix them. And I was like thinking to myself, they're like, yeah, what would the process be like? Like, I guess you could have like sent them back to the factory they make them, like the CPUs, and they maybe could do something with them. But I doubt anyone anywhere else could be like doing anything to them, because again, like it's like nanometers and stuff. Like, imagine there's some like guy with like a hot iron trying to go with a magnifying glass, like let's fix this CPU. There's surely it's a it's a fault I can fix. So yeah, it was like it was no surprise for me that they were just like, you will have hand you a new one. But yeah, luckily it was a sort of a fast process. Depends. Bent pins can be fixed with some proper. Yeah. Although I don't think this one has pins. It's like AM5. I don't think those have any pins because it's like a flat thingy. But yeah, I guess for those, yeah, that could be something you could maybe fix. But yeah, I don't think I don't think the AMD wants to have the pins like that. So I don't think those it would work like that with those. But yeah, I've worked a lot with the Intel ones that have the pins on them. So those surely could be, if you had, like you said, if you have like a tool that you could maybe push it into and it would like realign them or something. I'm still living in the world where AMD had pins on the CPU itself. I remember those times as well. I was just thinking like, which way was it? Because I remember back in the day that was like the biggest difference between was it that, or am I tripping? I feel like that was the biggest difference, whether it had the pins on the CPU or on the motherboard. I remember there was like a, oh, am I tripping? It might be that I'm tripping as well, but I feel like at some time there was like the difference between those two was that whether it was on the motherboard. It could be that it was just like during some time span that they switched it around. Like ages ago, yeah, I remember I built my first PC when I was like middle school, so like 2008-ish, like something like that. So I have lived through a lot of CPUs. It's a lot of different, what's the word for it? Like the LGA and like AM5 and those, is it like a, what's the word for it? I almost had it. It's like chipset, I don't know, I can't remember. I know there's like an English word for it. Oh yeah, socket, yeah, exactly that, yeah. So different kinds of sockets. So I've lived through many of them. I feel like every time I like upgrade a PC, there's a new socket. Like I feel like none of the times that I'm building a PC, it's for the same one that I've like previously had. Although I have to say, like recent years, I feel like they don't come up with those as fast as I did before. And I feel like it's mostly on Intel side as well. Like I think like AMD for the recent years, they have mostly kept it the same. So like AM4 was there for a long time, and I think the 5 has already been there for some time. But I think Intel side, it feels like it's every time you upgrade, it's a new one. Or then it's just me upgrading like every 7 years or so. So it's long enough time has passed. And I feel like when I'm upgrading, it's rarely that I can like upgrade a one component from my current PC. Although the last one I had, I did upgrade like just the GPU. But other than that, I feel like it's usually that you have to go in and like change the motherboard, change the memory, like the RAM sticks and stuff. Like it's all or nothing. Yeah, AMD has been on AM4 for like 10 years or something, and AM5 looks to be similar. Yeah, I think that's like a big difference. But even there, I feel like with the motherboards, you have to like either get a new motherboard or then you have to like update the BIOS quite a lot. I feel like there's quite a decent like support even with the older motherboards. If you wanna get a newer CPU, so you just have to put in some updates. So, but even like hardly ever would it go like just plug and play. If it's like a newer CPU. There's a massive truck there, but it seems to be minding its own business. But yeah, I think it was Egguna that was saying that there's like a trash collecting like trucks here moving in and out, and there's so many different ones, and I feel like that's I guess quite common that like all of these ones, there's like some that are from like nearby cities, I guess, or like villages, I don't know what to call them, and they're like still driving around here everywhere. So I feel like they must have had like a quite an aggressive like marketing slash competition for like who comes in and collects whose trash. Because I think I've seen all of them like around here, around our plot. Like there's like maybe 5 different companies that drive these, and I feel like all of them drive here like on different days. And it would make it feels like to me that you would have to get a few of the houses for it to make sense. So like if you're doing a trash collection business, that you wouldn't want to be like using the time to just like drive around. You would rather just like pick up the trash, not like getting the miles slash kilometers here. But yeah, that guy just came in and picked one trash can and went his merry way. So apparently that's so good. I guess since I don't know, maybe the distances are not that bad here. Maybe they are like close enough that even if it's like a few roads over, it's still viable. But yeah, at least there's competition in that business. I'm glad about that, because there's like, if you think about it, like if you have, let's say, like 5 competitors on one business, like one industry, that would mean that there's like the prices should be good for the consumer. If you have like just 2, or like if you only have the one, then it's like diabolical for prices, surely. So I'm not complaining that there's like different cars driving. Quite the opposite, actually. We were already discussing with my brother that maybe I could also get like a trash bin here that they would come in and collect. Because I don't think you have to like move in to get one. I think it's just that you let them know that, okay, we'll put this in here and you can come in every or like 2 weeks or whatever. Come in and empty it. I would assume they would like the money, so I'm assuming they would like happily come in and empty it. So that's an opportunity, like an option. I don't think we'll get it before next year though, because I don't think we'll have that much trash during the winter time, since we won't be here like basically at all. And even now there's hardly any trash coming in. Like there's a few like plastic wrappings and stuff like that, but those we have like just taken to the like plastic recycling. Gonna have to get a new motherboard when I upgrade the CPU, but yeah, AM4 has lived a long life. Yeah, I feel like if you have like started, let's say like a few years in to the AM4, you have like gotten your money's worth like from it. Because again, like the first they came out, I'm assuming they were like quite pricey, because that's usually the case. So let's say you wait a year or 2, then I feel like the prices would already be so much better. On Intel, I feel like the problem is that if you wait a year or 2, you might be already late with there's like newer stuff already out. Maybe exaggerating a bit, but yeah, that's my experience on the Intel camp. But yeah, I mostly had Intel CPUs. This is the first one in a long time that where I've gone with the AMD, and immediately after 2 months I had to return it. So is this bad, guys? Should I switch back to Intel? Imagine I had been there like, yeah, you can, because the woman there was like, yeah, we'll actually do it so that we refund you the money, and if you want to like spend it immediately to get another one. They were like, yeah, we don't have the same ones in stock, so you would need to like come up with something else, so then we can post. Like they were of course like willing to post it as well. I was there like, yeah, I would rather not get it by post, because I don't know how long that would take. Because again, it's Friday. If they would send it today, I think at the fastest it would be by on Monday. So yeah, then I was like, okay, what do you have in stock? So I had the 9900 X3D at the PC. You can see it on the description, I think. But the one they had on stock was the 9950 X3D. So I just upgraded to that one. So I had to pay €80 for it. But yeah, I got it with me. So that was to me that was worth the €80. My 13,700K has been working fine. Just need to get rid of this Nvidia piece of shit. So much more problems on Linux. Skelly, what the hell was that? I'll buy your 3080 then. Skelly, what the hell? Skellington, explain yourself. Diabolical. What the hellingstons? Can't believe this. Truly diabolical behavior on chat. I have the receipts. I have the receipts on what you've said. I'm desperate. 8 years on the same same GPU. Which one do you have at the moment? Which one was it that you have? NVIDIA is good if you need CUDA. Other than that, I wouldn't go for them personally. Yeah, it will be a difficult choice for me. Like, which one will I go next? If I GTX 1080. Oh yeah, I see. So you have the same one that my friend had when he went and upgraded. I think Mohi's got a 5060 if I don't completely misremember. It's either that or 5070. I feel like it's 5060 was the one he got. I think it was like the one with the larger memory. From the 5060, I mean. I think you can see my shadow blowing my nose maybe. I don't know if it shows you that far. My shadow is hella long. Guys, I'm a tall shadow. Even AMD cards are hella expensive in Finland. Yeah, that is true. I feel like all of the components here are like marked up. I think people like call it like the Finland like tax on like the components. Everything's expensive right now. Yeah, that is also true. But I feel like, because just recently a friend of mine like upgraded their PC and they ordered the parts from Germany and they said that it was like 200 euros or so cheaper. And I don't think it was like a 2,000 euro PC either, so I'm assuming it was like maybe 1,000, a bit over 1,000 euros, and just like saving 200 from there is quite a decent amount. But yeah, again, if I had done the same and then the CPU would have died like today, I don't think I've gotten a replacement during the same day. So for me, I guess I could have also saved had I ordered abroad, but I thought that I'd support the local businesses. And again, I feel like the biggest difference being that if you have any like issues with let's say like returns and stuff, that if you bought it from a local place, hopefully usually it should be easier than to like return it via mail and stuff. At least a lot faster. Like in this case, I came in with the broken CPU and came out with a working, albeit slightly more expensive one. But it's not like they upsold me or anything. It's just that I didn't want to wait. Where's the? Oh yeah, the measuring tape is with you. It's a shame that you can't order from mindfactory.de anymore. Why not? What's happened to that? I've never ordered from, but I know people that have. Isn't there like the one that like owns gyms? What's that thing called? I don't remember the name of it. That's I think. I wonder if they would. They only sell in Germany. Oh, I see. So maybe they have had like enough of Finnish people with their. We have this and that broken complaints. Oh yeah, actually yeah, Citronelli coming in, because again, Citronelli, we might have like outed yourself as being the person that bought from there, because I just mentioned that I had a friend that upgraded their PC and ordered some parts from Germany, so it might be the same person in chat now. Hello, mayhaps. You can get a mail redirecting service in Germany. I just ordered my new PC. Oh yeah, you're admitting it. PC parts from there like a month back. It's not expensive to get a mail forward. Yeah, which mail service did you use? Can't remember. Can't believe it. Citron, the one time you could be useful. Not just kidding. Hello, Bante. Hello. The one time you'd be useful. Hello. You need to look that up right now. Can't believe. Can't believe. Imagine coming in chat with like receipts and then actually not having any receipts. That's a diabolical action. Mailbox day. That sounds like something you made up. Do we have I think we must have a radj. So that's like a mailbox day. That's a radj. But yeah, it was like 200 euros cheaper to order the parts plus do the mail forwarding compared to Jim/Verkis. Yeah. So what price range was your PC? Because I was thinking that probably not like 2,000, something like 1,000 plus. So Because again, like €200 saving, if it's like, let's say, a absolute monster €4,000 PC, it's not that much if you're saving 200. But if it's like €1,000 PC or a bit above that, and you're saving like 200, like percentage wise, that's already like massive saving. So if it's no secret, came a bit, maybe a bit much, but I guess it should work. Sick, I'll take a look when I get home. Can't believe you guys are not supporting your local businesses. Can't believe this. Can't believe you're not using the Finnish-made components. Yeah, but I feel like with these kind of industries, it's a bit weird. Like you're using the Finnish services, but like, what's the actual benefit you get from them? It's like I mentioned, mostly if you have any problems with like returns or fixes or something like that, it might be easier. Because again, if it's like a mailbox and if there's some issues, I don't know how well would they do the returns then. What the hell? Guys, this is diabolical. What the fuck? Guys, you need to come here and help me. This is never gonna finish without you guys. This is how easy it would have been if you had been here. Can't believe this. I think I spent around 1,000 on the whole thing, case and all. That was about my budget. Didn't really need a super high-end PC, but it was almost 10 years since I updated my old one, so it was time. Yeah. So again, like, let's say if you again say that it's like €1,000 PC and you're saving 200, that's a 20% saving, which is a lot. So very nice. I'll take this a bit closer. Again, I think actually I can just take it all the way. But I was thinking, do I need to take a measure? Do we know what we need to do next? So we went for a hydrate break. I think before we did a measure of what needs to be done next. Can't believe we wouldn't know what to do next. Yeah, I think, yeah, there's actually some that we can tie up the 6-meter one we carried here. That's the last thing, and then we can do some measures. So I'll go in and bring you guys back here, and then we'll do some tying on the mode. Where's the tying machine is the next big question. It is at the box. I have fancy RGB red fans now. That's important, right? Yeah, you have to put them on the red, like Bogus said. Because you know red goes faster. So yeah, I'll go get you guys. Can't believe you haven't like learned to walk. You guys are lazy. You guys need to start walking on your own. We need to get like one of those like robots with like wheels and a camera on it, and you can like just with like commands move it. It would need to be some kind of like all-terrain beast, cause there's no way you would get far with it. But maybe I'll place you guys here. So this corner here, and because the next thing I will be doing is I will be tying this end here. There's a massive like a spider web cobweb coming from the camera, guys. What the hell? I currently have them on pink and blue because I'm girly like that. Blue equals cool. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's not too bad either. So yeah, I can approve blue. That sounds nice. Could be a good one. I approve. But yeah, so I will go in and tie that end, and then there's the one going this way that we just bent that needs to be tied up as well. Then it goes this way, then somewhere here. So we would need to measure how much do we need for this part, because you can see this one goes like that. So how much do we need this way to connect this one? But we could also check if we can then tie the rest of it that way. So we could do like a multi bending one as well for the last part. So the last one could be like a U-shaped one, so going from here, the first bend, then the second bend, and lastly going that way, so it would be like a U-shaped, like this. Baby cat keeps trying to stick her paw in the fans through the case. She is stupid. Silly cat, can't believe this. On the topic of cats though, Skelly, you know what I'm going to be asking next? I'm asking this for Egguna. What about the silly cats in Skellyland? And that's the name of your apartment, I guess. Skellyland. I feel like you could have come up with a better name, and also one that maybe like rings less of like a villain lair, had you like even put in a little bit of effort. So actually can't believe you named it. Can't believe you named it Skellyland. It's like actually diabolical. Can't believe this. I'm still just as poor as last time. Can't believe Skelly. Can't believe your pyramid schemes haven't wait, what? Haven't gotten anywhere. Skelly, what the hell? What the Hellington? What the Skellington? Can't believe this. I have a leaf. I found it from there, but I need to throw it outside. We don't want leaves in here. But yeah, I had the stick to measure where these need to be at. I think that, yeah, that one is tied up. Yeah, that looks like it would be a decent package. I feel like this side maybe needs to move a little bit. Like so. Like so. Yep, so let's tie it up all again. Tying time. And then we'll tie it going that way. Luckily I'm tall, so I have long legs. I actually don't have that long legs, but long enough for this purpose. In Skeleton Jelly lore, it's called the Ultraviolet City, where Skeleton Jelly meets his demise. So that's where I live. Why would you want to live in the place where you meet your demise? That's, you know, diabolical, if anything. Truly diabolical. If there's anyone here that doesn't enjoy the tying machine sounds, what's wrong with you? Wait, I was gonna stare at you, but you're behind a pipe, I can't see you. Why are you hiding? What are you hiding? Wait, is it why are you running? I think, yeah, that's the why are you running? That's the meme. The way I said that feels like the what's cool youngsters. Hip and cool. Nice bird pool on top of the sewer pipe right next to the camera, by the way. It just needs small birds to bathe in it. Yeah, I noticed the same. I feel like it's an absolute diabolical design to have those as the lid. Like why do they have those kind of lids where they like collect water there? Because again, the whole thing of what that is the French drain barrels. So the French drains is the ones that like go around the foundation, and they are to prevent any water from being near the foundation. So it's weird that like the top parts of it are just collecting water. So I don't know who came up with that, but that's diabolical, truly diabolical. But yeah, so we'll tie this one as well. I think we can tie it from around here. Maybe one more. I want to do that side yet, because we'll have overlapping rebars. We'll tie them together with those. So I'll just tie it from here. And that's all good. And then we would need to do the measures. So again, if we are to do the U-shaped one, what the hell was popping there? I heard some diabolical popping sounds. I don't see anything though. Now I'm curious. But yeah, so we would measure the U-shaped one. So if the 6 meter one is long enough to make that U-shape or not. It looks like it might be good enough, but we have to remember that there's the overlap needed, so it would need to go quite far that way if we were to use it. I guess another option would be that we'll just do it from that side up until here, turn it as far as it goes that way, and we'll just put in whatever is needed to the rest of that. Because then the only part we would still need to do is connect those two ends. And we'd actually be done with this. Then we would be done with this already. But again, we won't be ending. I don't think we'll be ending here. I think we'll bend at least 20, hopefully something like 40 of those L-shaped rebars for tomorrow. It is a bit of a rough work to do, so we'll see how long I'll do that for. But we'll of course finish this first. Finish with this first. But yeah, so we'll measure how much is needed. I think you have the measuring tape. Can't believe you're hogging it. Can't believe you're hogging the measuring tape, chat. Diabolical of you. I'm here to steal it. Yoink. I got your measuring tape. Also, you did nothing to prevent me. So yeah, I'll measure from the previous one. So this way it would be 230. But again, it needs to overlap 40 centimeters. And then the middle part would be 30 centimeters. So again, I completely forgot what was the measure. I think it was 230. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. Yeah, 230. So it would be plus 40, 270 minus 30 would be 240. So I'll put that in chat. Can't believe you couldn't just put it in your own pockets. Can't believe this. I thought you guys would like to help. I thought I'd like include you in this. So it would be 240 minimum. And then this one, let's put in a 240 with the plus sign, guys. We're getting fancy. And then this side would be the accurate measure. Not really. There. So this one would be 230. So this would be then 230 exact. 2 meters 30 centimeters, that is. Basically whatever is left we can put in. Yet again a helicopter flying about. I would say those are a rare occurrence, but they actually aren't. I feel like they are here quite often. But yeah, basically whatever's left we'll put that way. Because it shouldn't go like past that part, because it should be like less than 2 meters then. So we'll need to add in something towards the rest of it. But we'll do that first. And we'll come in and measure then. We could also bend one of those 120 centimeter ones to around the middle, or maybe we could measure that as well, because the last thing we need to do after that one is this part here. So you can see that this one here has a, the rebar is there and it needs to connect here, so it might be that I have to put in a bit longer piece than it is currently, because this one what we have here is the 6-meter one, but again we need to overlap it by 40 centimeters, so it needs to start with a bend going forwards, so it might be a bit short, so we'll see. We again do have an extra, I think it was like a 2-meter long, but I was thinking maybe we could use it here. But yeah, we'll go first and do the exotic bending one. Typing with the gloves on is an interesting process, because it like presses multiple times suddenly. But yeah, so those are the measures we need. 240 at least, and then 230 exact in the middle, and it needs to be like in a U shape. So let's do this. Let's do this. But yeah, we'll have a lot of rebar. It looks like, at least for now, it looks like we'll have a lot of these like spare ones. Of course, we will need these for the walls next year, but we just have to store them here. This one has a note of some kind at the end. So let's put in this part first, and let's take away the note. I think it might be like that note might be something like what's the thickness and grade or something of the rebar. So in before it's like doxing information. No, it's not. Yeah, it's like the grade is P500B, the diameter is, or like the thickness is 10 millimeters. So there's like the specifications on this note. Might be actually smart to save this. Save this note, because if there's ever any problems with these, we would be able to go quite far back on like who made this and when was it made and all that stuff. So we'll put this. I'll put this inside the van, for it should be safe in there. So just bear with me a moment. I'll untie the iron as well, so it's just a note. It's hella rusty, like everything else. Rusty guste. Can't believe I got a yellow card for trying to get you guys to participate a little bit. Thought you'd like to help. Truly diabolical. I'll blow my nose again. But yeah, so from this one we'll do a like 245 or something, maybe 250. And then it 230 needs to be exact. And then I think we're left with what, like 150, 160. Actually less than that, like 120 I guess. Because if it's, yeah, so if it's 6 meters tall, I think we're left with like 1.2 meters or whatever for the U shape, the last part of it. But yeah, I think you can see this quite well. Let's just check. Yep. So then we just take the measure and do the bend. Again, these are the piles that I mentioned that we'll end with making more of these L-shaped ones. And you probably saw those L-shaped ones are in the main building already, so we'll continue with those off stream. Something like this, that's 245-ish. Because again, they can overlap more than 40 centimeters there. Just that would need to be that's like the minimum. Jesus Christ. Another one. In Finland you would say terveydeksi, which is like bless you, but also like for your health. This guy is screaming. Is that 90 degrees? Again, when I let go of it, it goes back a little bit. I think that's decent. So yeah, now we would need to push this forwards and get the 230 from there. Bless you, can't believe I got blessed. Although the question I guess is, do we take this out and put it the other way around? Because bending this part where it's already bent might be interesting. So I'm thinking if it would need to be like this way then. We do have more of those pallets. I guess we could just try. If it looks to be impossible, we'll move them. If it looks impossible. It might be interesting. Because that whole thing would need to turn. But we'll see. I guess if I can like just take and pull that while I'm like doing the bend, it might work. But it's also like it would make more sense to switch it around. Because if that's the one that we need to bend, it would be so much easier to. I think it would also be a lot more accurate to measure if I do it the other way around. But I would need to really think on this. But yeah, I guess I can just like flip it like this, and then if I bend it, it would work. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. It's a bit long to maneuver by yourself. But yeah, so it would go like this, inside it, into it, like so. So I guess I could take this pallet closer to here, so it would be underneath it. Although I would first need to measure where exactly is it. Let's put it there for now. So again, the inside needs to be 230. What the hell? That's 230. Basically there. I wonder if that helps. It does look like it's a bit open, but I feel like it does move quite nicely. So I feel like when we tie the one in, it should work quite nicely. But yeah, you can see these are the slowest to make. These that you have to bend more than once, especially since I'm here alone. I feel like if there was two people here, this part would be so much faster, like just moving these about. So that would be a part that would be faster with someone in here alongside myself. Is that 90? I think that's close enough. So now the question is, how do we get it out? I think we'll move this part this way, this and that. I feel like I'm a Mr. Sysop with the PUBG gameplay. Those that know, those of you that don't know, he's a Finnish streamer that plays PUBG, and he's notorious for telling his teammates that the enemy is there, it's there. And then the teammates are like, Can you give me some actual coordinates? Because there's like actual compass or whatever you call it in the game, so you can like tell that it's on northeast or whatever, but instead he just says there in Finnish, of course, but he's the master of communication. But yeah, so this would be the U-shaped one if we didn't completely mess with it, bamboozle ourselves. This should fit quite nicely into the corner there. So yeah, I'll carry it over there. I don't think I can carry you with while I'm carrying this guy, but I'm actually already curious how do I carry this, but maybe something like this. Can't believe it. Guys, you need to help me. I think this works. Just go like this. I'll be back there, points at screen. Yeah, exactly. There's also, I think it's in the series Lucifer, there's like this scene where the detective, I guess it's a detective, like she's being like taken somewhere, like chasing someone, and there's like a police officer driving her, and then on like the navigator or whatever on the car it says like that's where you need to go, and she just points on there's like a blinking red dot on the screen for whatever it is, and then she's like there. And that's also something me and my girlfriend frequently reference, is like just randomly being like there, like we need to be somewhere. But yeah, it's a crazy thing if you're like pursuing someone and there's like a blinking red dot on the navigator of your car of like where the guy is going. So it's easy to point there. Can't believe I almost lost the measuring tape. You're coming with me now. You've been standing there for too long. You need to help now. I'll put you guys on the same spot so you can then tell me what has changed, if anything. So guys, do you see anything different in me? Guys, I have a new haircut. No, I don't. That's a lie. But yes, so the rebar we just put in, that's overlapping enough. At least by the eye we'll have to measure it. But then it goes like this and it turns like that way. So it's looking quite nice. So the only ones we're still missing is actually this one going that way, and then whatever's left between those that we just added. So yeah, I guess we now have a few options. I guess again the measuring will tell us, but I think we'll first tie these up because there's a lot of now untied ones that we've just recently added, so we'll tie those up. So we'll continue with that. I think I'll keep the measuring tape for the last few measures. So yeah, I have all the tools here and I'm standing instead of working. What's up with that? I must ask. This looks okay. I think I should go from like checking this corner as well before I start tying, because I did do the mistake last time that I tied it up and then noticed that, oh yeah, it's actually not in the correct spot. That looks to be quite good. Now the only thing I still miss is can't believe I left the overlapping stick. The overlap stick. The measuring tape is also here. Do I forget it here, guys? I'll bring it with. But yeah, it's only a few more, guys. We're almost done with this garage building rebarring. Again, the L-shaped bars are the ones missing after. Yeah, there's plenty of overlap here. So yeah, that's all good. That means we tied up. That then means it's tying time. Yeah, I guess we can tie up the rest of it. It's weird, this like sticks are a bit wet, like it had rained, but I don't think it has rained that much. Skrrr. So yeah, then if maybe, yeah, I think we'll tie it up here. And then the only one missing is this one here in the middle, and then we need to measure what is needed. But we could also take that 6-meter one and maybe bend that. So we could then have one that goes like this, like an L-shaped one. Although it would also need to be bent on that end. Yeah, so let's do some measures then, I guess. See what's the smartest way about this. So yeah, where did I leave the measuring tape? Can't believe this. The only tool I'm missing is the measuring tape. I had it here at some point, but I guess I took it. Yeah, there it is. Guys, were you trying to steal it? Or did you just send that message, Skelly? I've seen it's been there for some time, but maybe it was just sent. So yeah, then we would need to decide what to do with this guy here. Because this part here is longer than the 6 meters, so we could either bring this back and bend the end of it so it starts from there. Then maybe do one that bends like that. I feel like that's the least amount of like work and extra maybe. How much are we talking? That would be 284. 265. So it would be something like, I guess 280 should be. I actually measure it from the other side to get it more accurate. From here to the rebar would be 250. So it would need to be 260 at least. Can't believe you haven't researched the pockets from the technology tree. It's so free to can't believe this. It's so heavy. Scale, it's so heavy. I guess I could, but yeah, I don't like it when it like flings about. So that's why I like when it's, I guess I could put it in my like pants pockets, but they're also like quite full of shit. And it's like hella dirty and rusty. So I guess that's the reason I don't want to put it there. But yeah, what did I say? What the fuck, I already forgot. Can't believe this. I would need to type it down immediately. This is the amateur business you guys are here for. You can definitely see I'm not paid by the hour, since I'm like not paid at all. So yeah, 260 is the one we need. Going this way. So yeah, 260. Again, instead of holding down, it's just pressed like Y 1,000 times. Let's put in 260 plus, because again it's not about a centimeter here. Banter equals forget everything. Yeah, I can't believe this. Can't believe this absolute diabolical sabotage I keep getting. But yeah, so we would need to do one exact turn if we had to do it like this. So we would come from that side and turn it here, go this way, and then turn it either way, I guess. But it would need to be an exact turn. So basically from here, and then the middle would be 235 to be 233. Maybe 230 actually. I think 230 exact would be. I think it would also be the same as that one there, so it would make sense. So then 260 plus and then 230. 230 exact. Can't believe I'm typoing here. So again it would be left with like 120, but that wouldn't be too bad. It would just be like going either side. Either side. So then we should like take this 6 meter one that we put in here as a placeholder. We should bring this back and just bend the end of it, because they will be overlapping, but there's hardly any like extra here either, because if we bend the, let's say 50 centimeters on that end, it also needs to go that way a bit. It's pretty close to the corner here already. Let's hope it actually has enough overlap then. Yeah, it should. Let's just make sure that we don't do more than the 50 on that one. So yeah, now we should have all the, these should actually be the last ones then. Have we gone everywhere? I think we have. So yeah, I'll bring this one to the bending station for the 50 centimeter bend. Then I'll come and get you guys as well. Bending time. That sounded like it's the first time we'll be doing this. Not like that's the only thing, only thing we've been doing today. So yeah, I'll get you guys. Because again, it's gonna be the last one will be like a weird bend. I guess similar to what we did already. Actually, almost exactly the same. Because the previous one was 240 and the 230, and now this one is 260 and 230. So the middle part will be the same. So yeah, I came back for you guys. There's also, you can see like pools of water here and there. So there's like more clay on the ground on those spots. So it's mostly like sand, the ground we have here, but there's like spots of clay here and there, like pockets of clay. And those are the ones where the water doesn't go through. Is the horizon straight? I think it's not too bad. So yeah, we'll first bend the 50 centimeters ish from this one, and then we'll do the weird double bend on the latter. That's 45. So between 40 and 50. Put it there for now. Instead of using pockets. Just to spite Skelly. Can't believe this. So yeah, that would be the one going like back and I guess like this way, since the other one will be the U-shaped one. Now you know. The more you know, guys. That's the easy one. Come out. What the hell? What the Hellington? Yeah, this is almost just a straight one. I guess I can carry it all the way there. I don't think I can carry anything with the U-shaped one regardless, so just take this spear with me. There it is. You truly are a pocketless individual, derogatory. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. We went from a banter to absolute slander in like span of 5 minutes. Truly diabolical. But yeah, so now the last bend we would need to do for that. Again, not the last one for, we'll have a lot of these, but last one for the garage building rebar activity would be once again one of those multi ones with 2 bends with the U shape. Well, it can actually in this case be, it can either be a U shape or like a, I guess an S shape would be close to what it would be. I truly spent too much time here, can't believe it. Much appreciated. Much appreciated though. I feel like these somehow have gotten like more limp than before. Like the previous ones, they have like held straight. Or maybe it was like they were hanging lower there. So that's why this one was up, I don't know. We are here debating the stiffness of rebar. Diabolical. But yeah, it's almost middle if it's 260. That's 265, so let's do that. Can't believe Skelly is saying too much time. Surely not enough. You could have 100,000 points by now, surely. Actually, I don't know what would be the, I wonder what would be the maximum amount of points you could have gotten from these streams. I don't think there's like a, is there a way to see it? Like if you had let's say a bot or something watching this the whole time, how much points would they have? I wonder if you could check how much points like Seribot has. if they are getting points, because I think Seribot should be here at all times. So if there's a way to check how much points a certain user has, I think that would be one user to check. I'm pretty close to theoretical max probably. Auto redeeming sub from almost day one. Yeah, true, yeah. I think there's only been like a handful of streams when you started working that you weren't here for most of the time. And I don't think you've been using that much of your points. So the 60,000 I think is quite close. I would maybe assume something like 80. If not like close to the 100, but something on those numbers I guess. Is the 90 degree, do we put a little bit more? I guess a little bit more help because it went backwards again. Just go back a little bit. So yeah, now we would need to do the exact through 230. Yeah, minus all the spending. Yeah. So I think there's been like show the Avant and stuff that you've been using. So those are a bit more expensive. I think the hydrate started out with sort of expensive, but I think it wasn't expensive for long. I don't remember, was it even expensive when we started? Look guys, how easily I turned with this guy. That was almost a ballerina. So yeah, now we would need to do the 230 from here to here and bend it. Doesn't matter which way we go. Again, like whether we bend it inwards or outwards. I guess we'll do inwards because we have this one here set up already. So let's do that. So it would be like this. It wouldn't hurt if I had like a larger, I don't know, wingspan is the wrong word, but if I had a longer arm span, Let's see how close are we to the. I think since we've done this once already, I think it was somewhere there where we measured it the last time. Yeah, 230 is a bit this way. Basically there. So yeah, we'll bend it from there. I guess we can put the ruler in my pocket. It's a rusty pocket now, guys. Can't believe Skelly made me rust my pocket. Can you see the gloves? These are hella rusty. On Tuesday when I was here tying up the lower parts of those foundation molds, it was like it had rained the whole day before I came here, so I was here in the evening, and it wasn't raining in the evening, so it was actually quite nice. But everything was wet because of how much it had rained, and of course, since I was doing the lower parts of those foundations and the foundation molds, and there's like the plastic stuff in there, they had like collected plenty of water, and like working on those, my gloves were like wet through and through. And I have to say that when they're like this, it doesn't like stick to anything. You can basically, of course, like if I do like this, you can see there's like a rust mark on the table now, like there's the orange color there. But when they were like wet, it was almost like I had a crayon, because like everything I touched was like immediately like hella orange. Like those foam pieces, like the insulation boards and stuff, they were like immediately hella yellow or like orange colored. So the rust really started like messing everything up when I had the gloves wet. And it was like these are sort of clean when I have them dry, so it's not too bad. Is this a 90 degree? Do we go a tad bit more? I think that was again a good amount. I'll again let this loose a bit so I can get it sit there, so there's more room for it to move. Again, I would need to get it out. I think we'll do the same kind of spin as we did before. So we'll go this way. That was not what I intended. And there we go. I'll actually bring this there while I have it like this. Because as long as I can carry it no matter which way, I'm just happy. Well, this is a bit awkward pose, I guess. Now the question is which way. Oh yeah, I think it's like this. Oh wait. Now I'm confused. Oh no, yeah, it is. Oh yeah, that way. I was like, have I made a mistake here? But I think it is correct. There it is. Yeah, it looks good. So yeah, that should be the last one. So again, I'll bring you guys to see it. I did almost bamboozle myself there, I must admit. You should take a lick from the gloves. It will surely give you superpowers. Need a 100,000 point redeem. Lick your gloves. Can't believe this, Kelly. That is diabolical. Like actually diabolical, not just me saying diabolical. Truly horrible. So yeah, the last bit we added, I almost bamboozled myself with. It goes this way a little bit, and then it goes this side, and then that side. So it's there everywhere. And again, that should be the last part missing. Now we just have to make sure that, because again that was the one we did before, so that's the one I carried here. The first thing we bent was this 6 meter long with the 50 centimeters bend at the end here. So I actually tied this one first, then I'll come in and measure this one. It looks like it's quite good, but it still needs to be tied from like multiple places, so it might like move around a bit. I feel like this part here is a bit sad, so we might have to put it like underneath there, so maybe like this. I don't think that's too bad. Like is that? What can I say? I'm a genius. Can't believe this, Kelly. I did say at the start, or maybe at some point during the stream, that I would be like willing to listen to some ideas on how to put for like point redemption stuff, and I can't believe you didn't disappoint. I saw there was a part of the iron wire that drops when you put this on. I don't know where it dropped. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, there it is. Found it, guys. Just drop it inside instead. Again, I would need to blow my nose. Let's start with that so I can breathe. Let me breathe. But yeah, so after we tie these up, we will go in and bend some rebar. It's also been an hour since last hydrate, so we might have a hydrate before we go for the bending action. Because it's not even 3 yet, so. Because I think bending 40 or so of the rebars will take us like maybe 40 minutes or so. I guess 1 minute wouldn't be too bad of a pace. I think we'll be faster than that, but that's an estimation. But yeah, the wind is a bit cold. I wonder if I should have put on a beanie instead of a cap. But I'm stuck with this now. So I have a beanie in the van, so I can switch whenever. Yep, that would work. I just need to get these guys together. We've also only used this one roll of. It's actually, this is quite small already, so it might be that it runs out just before we're finished with this. We'll see. I'll throw this a bit forwards. This is the most ergonomic way to move here. Truly diabolical waddling. So yeah, then it's the last one. I guess we don't really need to aim it that much. I guess this part would be nice if it touched that one. Can go a bit more that way. And now it would be in center. It actually aligns with these guys quite perfectly. Again, those guys are not perfect, but I wonder if it's still close enough. Because I think that one there might be a tad bit long, so that's why it like goes a bit beyond that one. But we can still like tie it from the corner and then from the other edge. And so I think that will work. Waddle, yeah, that was exactly that's exactly what's happening there. Can't believe this. So yeah, let's tie these together. Like so. And then these parts. We still have a little bit, actually, very little, very little bit of this left. So I think we only need to do like 2 or maybe 4 more ties. So we'll see if we have enough. We'll regardless, I think, switch to a new one so that when we continue this tomorrow, we'll have a fresh fresh roll. So yeah, we can tie it like that. So yeah, then these two need to be tied together, so they are not. Yeah, I think that's the last one it can give us, because it's now empty. So we would need to do one more tie. I guess we could do a few more, but one more would be like needed for those. Like you can still do the in-between ones. I guess one there, maybe in the middle, or maybe there somewhere. But we'll switch this, because again you can see this is all empty now. Can't believe Skelly stole the last of the iron. Look at what you've done. Look at what you've done. All by myself. Yeah, that's me. Don't poke holes to the mold. I will come with a knife. I'll slice it in half. Just to spite. Just because I know you'll have to be the one fixing it. That's your responsibility. Can't believe this. But yeah, I'll get you guys so you can witness the. Can't believe I get the red card. Can't believe this. Should never have said anything. Can't believe this. But yeah, so here I took out the battery, took out the power on the machine, and then we've done this on stream I think at least once, if not twice. So there's a sort of like a hatch here that you can open to see where the iron thread goes in. But here's a lever. When you push it, it opens like that, and then this one is loose. But you also need to press this side here so that this thing like holds it, and that is to disengage these two cog wheels. So now the iron thread is like loose, because these two, if you let this one go, they go together, so they then hold this one. I hope I was filming it so that you saw it. So then we take a new one. First we unravel the tape on this, so it starts from here. So we basically just unwrap this far enough that we get all the tape, like so. I usually throw this immediately away, because otherwise they will be just like spinning around here. Red card for giving me responsibilities. Can't believe this. This was supposed to be our house with both of us responsibility. So yeah, now I have the iron wire. It's usually a bit too long after you do that, so I roll it back a bit, and then you have to make sure that this end here is not like hella curved. So I also like try to straighten this out a bit, and then after that you are basically done, so you can start putting it inside there. So again, you have the hatch open, you can see how it goes, and there's like this, I don't know, where should I hold it that you will see it. So if I go back of it. So yeah, so when you have this hatch open, you can just start putting this, there's like this funnel, helps to guide it, and it goes into another sort of funnel, and then you just push it in, and while you push it in you also push this roll in it, and that's like when that's in there you can lock that in there, and then you can still keep feeding it as far as it goes. And it can sometimes, I have had it so that it goes like this, so now it's like coming out of there, and that's good. You just have to make sure that this is like loose, and then the last thing you need to do is like again let this lever go. So now these two cog wheels are stuck together, so they push the iron cable forwards. So that's then all there is to it, and then I just plug in the battery again and put in the power. And when you put in the power, it immediately feeds a little bit of it and cuts it away, so then you know it's ready for use. Just get the cut piece. So that's what we were left with. It always when you power it on. So even if I do it right now, so I take the power off and put it back on, it will start feeding it, and then something. That's the demo effect, hello? So it should feed it every time. Let's go and tie something and see if it works. Actually, I can see what's the problem. I can show you guys as well. So for some reason the iron thread over there is, for some reason, it's like stuck, so it's not coming from the thread itself. It was stuck there, so I guess that was the reason it wasn't feeding it. So let's try the demo again. So if I put it on, off and on again, it feeds it and then cuts a piece. So it does that every time, as long as it can feed it. So yeah, troubleshooting with this thing has so far been quite easy. So when it starts screaming after every like tie you make, that means it's running out of battery. So you just get a new battery for it, and then it's all happy again. But otherwise, I don't think there's been any like true need for any troubleshooting. So yeah, I think that's most, if not all. I'm trying to see if there's any that would still need to be tied. I've been looking through that. It's like every other would have them. Not that they like need it that much. It's not like they can move that much anyway. And even if they could, it's just that they like hold in there while the concrete sets. I'm nothing at all, so no responsibilities. I bought 2 new dough baskets. Can't believe this. Can't believe those 2 accusations. Dough baskets and no owning. I will sell you whenever you want part of this plot. Just let me know. But yeah, so that would be the goal of today. We got the rebar now everywhere. Everywhere. Guys, we did it. Very nice. So yeah, I guess we could have a short-ish hydrate before we go in and bend a bit more. Bend a bit more rebar. I really need to check the tripod. Why is it so loose again? I'll just pack up the cable machine because we don't need that one today anymore. Because it will only do the bending. It doesn't need this machine anymore. Then I'll go get something to drink. Can't believe I'm gonna redeem another hi, I'm new here. I think you can maybe redeem 2 every stream or so. Maybe. Or can you still do it? Is there any limit on it? Can't believe this. But yeah, I'll do another hydrate before the last push, meaning the bends. Last bending. I guess I could redeem it. Can't believe Bogo redeemed 3 minutes of finish. Diabolical. I'll first go and redeem the hydrate, so there's not 3 minutes of silence immediately. Getting your own stream, I feel like, is the hardest. From the main page and stuff, like just finding your own. There we go. But yeah, I'll put in the 3 minutes of finish. Can't believe I don't even know what we're gonna be yapping about, but let's so with finish. 3 minuuttia. Lähti siitä. 3 minuuttia. No mitä 3 minuuttia Pohjanmaan kattonut? Ei todellakaan. No vai tuliko sieltä semmonenkin? Ei kai, ei sentään. Olisi siellä varmaan ananasmehua vielä, että sitä voisi vetää. Oliko se nyt Keminmaan kautta? Eikä se ollut se. Tässä piti tietää. Kerro meille moddeemista. Niin sekään ei ole toiminut. Joo, meillä on tosiaan, eilen oli kyllä siitäkin mukava päivä, että kun se prosessori nyt oletettavasti toivon mukaan se nyt oli se, koska se on nyt haettu uusi prosessori, toivottavasti se oli se, missä oli se vika, ettei sitten haettu turhaan sitä, mutta sen lisäksi, että se oli se prosessori tosiaan siitä mun pääkoneesta RIP, eli kuollut niin meillä ei tosiaan netti toiminut ihan täysin. Eli nimipalvelimet oli jostain syystä, niihin se ei saanut yhteyttä. Sen sai melko helposti korjattua PC:n puolelle, niin pöytäkoneelle se pystyi laittamaan vaan sen, käytti vaan Googlen nimipalvelimia, eli sitä 8.8.8.8 ja sitten backup on se 8.8.4.4. Sen vaihto nimipalvelimiin, niin silloin toimi kaikki, ei mulla ollut mitään ongelmaa. Puhelimestakin mä sain sen, niin että Wifiin pystyi säätämään sillä, että Wifi-kohtaisesti pystyi sanomaan, että käytä Googlen nimipalvelimia. Eli se toimi siinäkin ihan ok, mutta että se oli myös mielenkiintoinen, että ensin sulla lahoaa ykköskone ja sitten kun laitat kakkoskoneen käyttöön, niin sitten kohta lahoaa kaikki yhteydet ja oot sillä, että jahas, mitäs tällä kertaa. Mutta joo, se oli tosiaan mielenkiintoinen päivä se eilinen, mutta siitäkin selvittiin. Saa nähdä, selvitäänkö tänään sitten uudemman koneen kimppuun vai vieläkö sitä jotakin hajoaa. Täällä on sitten se hyvä puoli, että kun ollaan täällä ison kaupunkikylässä, tai isossa kaupungissa, että tuo aika hyvin on paikat auki ja löytyy sillä, että jos niin tarvii vaikka virtalähteen tai mitä hyvänsä, niin pystyy vaan hakemaan. Että on verkkokaupat auki ja muuta, että ei tarvitse kaikkea mennä postin kautta. Koska se on kuitenkin iso viivästys ainakin, jos miettii tosiaan joku tommonen, että sulla on pöytäkone, mitä pitäisi päivittäin käyttää, niin kuulostaa siltä, että se olisi joku semmoinen, mitä pitäisi niin terveyden vuoksi tehdä, mutta muuten vaan päivittäin tulee käytettyä. niin siinä mielessä vähän, että jos niiden kanssa joutuu tappelemaan. Mutta jos oli mielenkiintoinen herätys eilen, painoin virtanappia ja valot välähti. Että semmoista tänään. Mutta toisaalta jos saa valita, että kumpi siitä olisi mennyt virtalehden vai prosessori, niin kyllä mä ehkä sen prosessorin otan mieluummin, koska niin kuin sanottu, niin vaihon kannalta se on niin paljon pienempi homma vaihtaa vaan se prosessori, kuin se, että vaihtaa kaikki johot sieltä ja sitten se virtalehden. Että siinä on kyllä kuitenkin työmäärässä on ihan älytön ero. Ja varsinkin jos yksin tekee, niin työnnellä niitä johtaa sieltä toiselta puolelta toiselle. Se pikkulintuja kävi melkein iholasti. Kuka se orava täällä, kun semmonen pyörii? Okay. 3 minutes done. 3 minutes done. Done, I swear, guys. But yeah, so in Finnish I was explaining that we also had internet issues back home. So for some reason the ISP, Internet Service Provider, the ISP, for some reason with the new modem we've had the modem for like maybe 3 weeks or so. So for some reason the name services, so the DNS wasn't working. And resetting it and restarting it then like solved it, but for some reason that was a weird issue. But for me, like I solved it by just changing to the Google ones, so you can just use 8.8.8.8, like 4 times 8 as the address, and that's for like the Google DNS. So I just like quickly changed to that one when I was working from home. And also I noticed that you can't change it on the phone. At least on my phone I was able to change it, so I could go into like Wi-Fi, like for the individual Wi-Fis I could go in and say that okay, for this Wi-Fi use the Google DNS, so the name services. And that again worked for me, but Egguna then came home and she didn't have that option on her phone, so she went ahead and complained to the ISP, and they said that you need to reset the modem. But it's actually weird because the modem is like 3 weeks old, so if you need to like reset it every 3 weeks, I feel like we need to return it because I don't think that's supposed to work like it. But yeah, we'll see how long it now works again. But I'm a bit worried about like streaming with the PC now that the internet issues we've had don't seem to be resolved. Like once we get something solved, there's another thing, so we'll see. Again with the CPU also, like I'm a bit worried if my new PC can like just absolutely withheld the keeping on. Yes, it's not about like whether it can like withstand the power needed or whatever. It's just that if it's like Monday part after Monday part, if it just absolutely dies. But yeah, let's hope now that I get the new CPU that this is the end of my problems. I wonder if there's any wood I could knock, if I should knock on wood for this. But yeah, so today we've gotten the rebars installed that we wanted on the garage building. We'll continue with bending some rebars, so I'm hoping to get like at least a 20 bundle, but maybe 40. It would be nice to get more than more than the 20. I think there's like 120 or something that still needs to be bent, but I don't know if I can do that all in one day. There's some small birds chasing each other in the tree there. I don't know what's there was probably some turf wars there. But yeah, again the weather is quite nice. If it was any sunnier I think it would be like worse. The only thing is like it rained a few drops, but even that wasn't too bad since it didn't like start actually raining. So it wasn't too bad overall. I wish we'd have something like this as the weather when we do the concrete pouring. Again, for those that missed it, we'll have the concrete pouring for the foundations on 24th. So in 2 weeks exact. And it's starting at 1 p.m. So you can see the time. So it's like 2 hours before whatever time is for you now is when we are scheduled to get the truck here with the concrete. So we'll see. They did say that it might be like a bit late or it might even be a bit early. I don't know. Like I would not prefer it to be early, but I don't guess. I guess if it's like half an hour or something late, it wouldn't be that big of an issue. But let's hope it comes in time, comes on time, I guess. But yeah, so that's in 2 weeks. So we now basically have a end date or like a, well, I guess a scheduled deadline, I feel like is the word. Yeah, deadline for the getting all the rebars done. So there's no excuses, we just have to work on it. But I feel like tomorrow we'll be here with my brother and I feel like that should already be like majority of what needs to be done here. Because again the L-shaped rebars need to be added and it's mostly those that will take time and you have to have another person here to do it. I guess you could in theory do it by yourself because the thing is that you have to have I have a 39 centimeter stick because you have to have them like 40 centimeters apart, like at maximum. Of course you can have them like closer together if you want, but like 40 centimeters apart. So I have a stick that's 39 centimeters, so you have like one hand holding the stick between the previous like the L-shaped rebar and then you place the new L-shaped one like basically in touching it touching the stick in there and if you can do that with one hand I guess that would be possible, so then you would have the machine to tie it with. But the problem is that like it's an L-shaped one, so it's hard to like hold steady with just one hand and also like keeping it with the stick and all that stuff, so I don't think it's like doable alone. So that's why I asked if my brother can come tomorrow, because again Eguna will be here tomorrow as well, but there's so much like holes on those foundation molds that she needs to tape that it would be better if she was working on that. So we'll be putting those rebars with my brother and Eguna will be taping the sides and insides of those, all of the holes that we've been poking when we've been tying them. So that's the plan for tomorrow. But yeah, as I mentioned on Discord, and I think I have already set it up on Twitch as well, that there's no stream on Sunday. So unfortunately Sunday stream cancelled, guys. I will be at PAX Australia, no just kidding. Can't believe this, no I will actually not be in PAX Australia. There's so many other streamers that I follow that use that excuse for no streaming this week, so I had to use the same one. No, but we have a birthday party and then also I have a TRPG session on Saturdays, so it will be probably be quite late when I get home. It will definitely be on Sunday, but like in the early hours of Sunday that I'll get home, so no stream on Sunday. Can't believe Bogus disappointed, can't believe this. No stream on Sunday. So yeah, next stream will be on a week from now, so unfortunately there's gonna be a whole week of no streams. Next one will be next Friday then. Can't believe this. Yeah, I was thinking if we'll have an evening stream, but again I don't think we'll have it because it's such a small time that I'm here during evenings, because it gets dark here during the evenings now because we are like quite far in the fall already, so we're far from the midsummer nightless nights. So for that sake it's not that like nice to be here during the evening times, and then since I'm like working I can't be here during the daytime until Friday, so I was gonna be there for real we're gonna be like, I was gonna be the first this time. I was gonna redeem the first and not first. Can't believe this. The one time I would have gotten it. Can't believe this. So yeah, next Friday will be the next stream then. Can't believe this. And then I hope it will be just the last few things we need to do here and there. Because again, it's gonna be like a week from there. Then we have to like have the pouring the concrete. So if it's not done by I guess next Sunday would be like a week from now. Sunday would be like the sort of like the last date to get everything done. Because I asked the answering master, so again like the supervisor, when can he come in and check? Because he has to go through all these rebars. So he goes with the plan and also checks all these rebars that they are like done accordingly. And I asked if he can come on like the early week of like when it's like the Friday 24th is the day we'll be doing the concrete pouring, so he'll be coming in like Monday, Tuesday on that week to check on those. So if there's like anything we'd need to fix, we still would have like a day or two or like an evening or two to fix them. Although I guess it depends on like what would need to be fixed. I'm assuming nothing, because I think we've been doing like according to the plans quite like diligently. I'm hoping there's nothing here that needs to be fixed. But yeah, the one thing that we would also need to do after we get all the rebar here is that we would need to take the laser measuring thing and measure the depth basically from everywhere, or like every meter or so, get an estimation of how much does it vary, I guess. How much variance is there between the heights, and then like calculate like a median height. So how thick will it need to be so that there's like a 20 centimeter everywhere. So that's something we would need to do. And then I guess one thing that would help a lot is that if we get I was thinking maybe like a spray paint or something, and then like a stick, maybe like the underside of a board. And then when we go with the laser, we could like spray paint underneath the board to mark what would be the height. Because if we had like that height measured every like meter or so, when we do the pouring, it would be so easy to level it. Like it would be so easy to go with like, okay, here's where it needs to be, okay, here's where it needs to be, and just like get it between those two. So I think that would help immensely for the pouring day then. Because it's also like, I feel like if you don't have anything like that, you will just fill those like molds all the way to the top, and that's too much. So we would need to know like where do we stop with them. So I feel like we'll have to mark it somehow. So I was thinking that's another evening activity. But yeah, I think for that we'll also need another person, so I don't know when that will happen. I guess it could be like the last Saturday. If there's nothing else that needs to be fixed, it could be used for marking that. Because I feel like it's gonna be a bit of a slow progress going with the measuring stick and making the beeping and all that, and then like doing the painting or whatever you mark it with. I guess you could use maybe a marker as well. If it's like permanent marker or something, maybe that would last long enough that it wouldn't like be washed by the rain before the actual pouring of the concrete. So that's another thing we would need to do after all the rebars are placed. But yeah, I guess next Friday I feel like the one thing we could do is add in more of those rebars, because I mentioned at some point that whenever we have like interlocking one of those, there's places where there's not enough like overlap, so we need to have the 40 centimeter overlap everywhere. So I think we'll add those kind of rebars on Friday then. So yeah, there's surely enough work to do here before the concrete pouring, but I'm quite confident that we get all of it done. Had we had the date, if that would have been the 17th, because again I gave that as an option too. So had that been the day that the truck would come in, I would probably stressing quite a lot more than I am at the moment, because now we have a whole new week and another whole weekend. Because again, this weekend is a bit rough because of like the Sunday being mostly out of the picture. So if it was 17th, the concrete pouring, I feel like we would have just had to tell the birthday people that we can't attend and all that stuff. So it would have been a bit more stress, quite a lot actually, quite a lot more stress if that had been the case. But yeah, it's also Avant is gonna be back. For those that have been waiting for news about when Avant will be back, Avant will also be returning on 24th. So that's also a thing. Alright, gonna go to the store. See ya, mate. Thank you for being here. I will catch you later. Bye, Bogus. But yeah, I'll finish this guy. I was also like, there's gonna be a rabbit or something, but I think it's just a massive leaf. Yeah, my eyesight is perfect. Did I hear Avant? Yes, Kelly, you did. I was trying to activate you like a sleeper agent. But yeah, Avant will make a return on 24th. So the day that we get the concrete truck here, when my father and his friend will come here as to help. The friend is also the one with the trailer for bringing Avant, so they were discussing that might as well bring it when he'll be anyways driving here. So because also we've been like talking anyways that we don't need the Avant before the concrete pouring, but basically right after, because when it's like drying here, when the concrete is drying, we might as well do everything else around it, so we can then use the Avant again to move the dirt and stuff around it, because we can like fill the sides a little bit, and then we need to start putting on those like fabrics that we'll have, but there's like too much gravel inside, especially the garage building, so we can use the Avant to take away some of that. So there's stuff to work on with the Avant then. So yeah, that's amazing news. Yeah, that is very good. That is very good. It's been too long without Avant. But yeah, so here's the piles of rebar that have been pre-cut. I think I cut them, I was gonna say last Friday, but I think it was last Sunday. Yeah, last Sunday I think I cut these ones here. And those are previously made, I think. Maybe some of them, well, actually, let's count. Yeah, there's 6 piles. Yeah, so none of these have been, the ones I've cut have been bent. So I only bent the ones that had been previously unbent, so from like the previous batch, and then cut more. So now we just have to start bending these ones that I cut last Sunday. We'll see how many we get done. Again mentioned that 20 would be the minimum. I would be happy with bending 40. So again, 2 of these piles. It is quite slow because you do this one at a time. And I know, Skelly, you're thinking that why not do more than one? More than one at a time, but like that's actually not possible, I don't think. We could actually maybe try, although I feel like the machine itself has said that you cannot do it. So I'll just see, but I feel like you would have to first of all have them on top of each other like this. I guess it can be, you can have them on top of each other. This is gonna be so much rougher than doing them one at a time. It's gonna be diabolically hard. I don't think this can even like bend it, because again the machine has limitations. Yeah, no, it won't do that. So even if I had the strength, the handle will start bending. As you can see, it's already been bent quite a lot. Surely a bad idea. I think you should try it. That was a diabolically bad idea. I can't believe this. Can't believe this. Do I still have the ruler? I'm curious, like, how close are we to the 20 centimeters on these ones that I've done? Actually, that's perfect. That's also perfect. Because I have this mark here. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense if I have done a mark for 20 centimeters, then when I use the mark, they are 20 centimeters, because there is a clear connection between the two. Are you guys actually wonked? Are you guys wonky? You are maybe a bit. Did I fix it? It looks like the horizon might be better now. So yeah, that would, I feel like, I don't even know if that would make it much faster. Like even if we could do 2 at a time. I feel like it would be like marginally faster. Because you saw that it's like placing them is such a tinkering business then. Just for that sake it might be that like whatever speed you would get for doing 2 at a time would be lost. Just having to like place them so accurately. I keep spinning the bolt because it keeps going backwards when I bend it. This one has a... Was this the one that we sort of bent? Can't believe this. Can you see it? It was a bit wonky at the end. I guess it should be usable still. I think that's too bad. The ruler keeps hitting me. Skelly, this is all your fault. I'll blame you for that. For the violence. Also, Skelly, have you been playing anything? I bought, there was on the autumn sales, the Age of Empires 4 was on sale. So I bought that one. I have to say it has a surprisingly good campaign. Because I was expecting that it would be like multiplayer only. Like they had only focused on the multiplayer is what I assumed. I don't know why though. But since I guess the only things I've heard about it have been like people playing the multiplayer. So they can't hear you over the sound of convenience. What the hell do I mean by that? What the hell? What the hell? So I said that I bought the Age of Empires 4 from the autumn sales on Steam. And I've been playing that and it has a surprisingly good campaign. It has this like videos in between and it's like to talk about the historical events and also like sort of like documentaries in between. So there's like a whole episode, like a few minutes long. I think like maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes long episodes of like how to make mail armor, for example, like how they make those like ring mails and stuff. And then like how they are making like a castle with the mechanics, like just the way they built back in the day and those kind of things. So it's been an interesting, while like playing those missions you get like a nice cool videos now and then. I was surprised by that. Can't believe the convenience. Sound of convenience. Squeak. It's maybe a bit over. Maybe a bit inwards. But yeah, there's still one question. Oh, just some RO82. Trying to think what would that be short for? What the hell is RO2? RO82. Played some Barotrauma on Tuesday. We barely escaped search and doom at the bottom of the ocean. Can't believe this. How many are you playing with? So what size team are you playing the Barotrauma? I wonder how. Rivals of Eat. Oh yeah, the funny children's fighting game. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Although I have to say I haven't seen a stream. So I'm not sure if you have played it or if you're just saying you've played it. Diabolical, you know. A party of 5. Oh yeah. I think party of 5 for the barotrauma would be really nice. Because I think we've only played it. I think at max there have been like 3 of us, and mostly it's been like just trying to get like a group, and it's just like 2 people, and it's not that good with just like 2 people. Even 3 I feel like it's a bit small for that game. The squeaking is diabolical. Diabolical squeaks. We've been playing like 1-2 hours at a time. Didn't bother backing up my OBS scenes. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. No, but I guess for me the Rivals of 80, because I don't play games like that. For me that gameplay is like it goes past me, goes above my head. So I would rather you stream Barotrauma, you know. I feel like that would actually be a decent stream game. It depends of course on the group, because I feel like games of 5 would be a like chaotic stream. Although I think depending on, I guess you could have like just is it like a proximity voice chat, so then it would probably not be as like overwhelming as if there was more than like 3 people on a voice chat. I had my legs the wrong way around. I had no strength. Just using the one same kind of motion every time. I feel like if I were to do this as a living, I would retire like at 45 for like absolutely messing up my back or something. Yeah, it's got proximity and radio voice. Oh yeah, true. So yeah, it would work. It would work then. Noise. So when you get left behind, you can hear when the radio signal starts crackling and you're left all alone. Ah yes, that's lovely. You mean like when you're swimming about, like outside the submarine, and the submarine just leaves without you? I guess that's what you mean. I can't believe they would leave you. Surely has never happened. Skelly, surely that has never happened. Never ever. Not to you or no one else. But I actually wonder how much do we need this tying, bending table that we've set up when we start doing the walls. Because I feel like there it will mostly be, of course, like tying those that are going upwards to like extending them, so just like straight pieces going upwards. I guess every now and then you would have a rebar going like all the way again, like sideways, like through the whole thing. So then I guess you would need to do these, like more and more of these bends again. Well, I'll just get these minerals. 2 seconds later the ship has sunk 500 meters because it's not breaking the hull. Very nice. Guys, we descended a little bit. We made a rapid ascent. Oh, is it descent then? Yeah, descent I guess. Descent. I guess ascent is going upwards. Can't believe the hammerheads have something against your expeditions. Can't believe it was that tight. But I remember we've only played it a few times and we've never gotten far in it. So we've like always gotten absolutely destroyed before we've gotten much anywhere. But again, it's hard when there's like only 3 of you or so, that like keeping everything working is already quite a lot of work. But I have to say, it's a brilliant game. And the game we're talking about is Barotrauma. So it's, I think it's also like Finnish made, is it not? I feel like I've read somewhere that it's made by Finns. But I like the way you can like go to the ship view and then like be first person as well. So like you're playing a person. Yeah, Barotrauma is a Finnish game. Yeah. Tonight I'll be playing more Rivals, so I'll try to stream very nice. If I get my computer working, I'll come in and lurk while I play some Age of Empires 4 then. I think it's Age of Empires 4 surely. But yeah, I don't know if you heard, but there's like videos in between there which are really cool. Like history, documentary type of things. I can't believe you didn't say. I was expecting you to say I'll get my Barotrauma squad and stream that. Can't believe that was not confirmed. But yeah, so we have 6 remaining from the first batch. Then there will be a second batch. I think we'll do that. There's 4 remaining, which is a lot. It would be nice to get all of them done, because then when we come here tomorrow to like tie them up, it would be neat to have all of it, but that's a lot of work. I wonder if the latch would be okay. Yeah, that's, I feel like a big issue with like groups of 5. Like if you're streaming it, it needs to be, it's like whole different vibes for many. So it is completely understandable. If not, also the whole thing moved. Can't believe this. Let's move it back. Five remains. They're not the streaming type, I guess. Yeah, I feel like that's more often than not the case. So yeah, I wouldn't expect that to be the case. It would be hard with only me interacting with chat, but with push to talk, not impossible. Yeah, that is also true. Like, it would mean that you would be sometimes inactive to the guys, like towards the guys, since you'd be like interacting with the chat instead. But yeah, let's see if I have a working PC in the evening. I of course do have the backup PC I've been using, but I have not set up all of the stuff that I usually have, so like Twitch and stuff. I don't know if I have there. It's not like that takes so long though, like getting the better TTV and stuff that I usually have. So yeah, 5 more for this batch, and then we'll do another batch. Can't believe I keep moving this. I'm trying to keep my foot on this part, but I think it would need to be there. But then like bending it, I need to go so far back. I also feel like this rubber handle here is starting to spin, which is not optimal. I can't wait when it like slips away and I fall on my ass. Can't wait for that to happen, guys. Can't wait. Whew. 4 more, guys. 4 more and then 20 more. Rebar bending. But yeah, if we think about the work before we like end it for this year, it's mostly after the concrete pouring we would place in the fabrics both inside the buildings and then on the outsides. But after that, I don't know if there's much more. I guess the one thing is that there's the shed we haven't built, so I think that's something we could do. So I guess depending on how long it does take us to get all the preparations for the, like we'll place in tarps and stuff. Placing tarps for the foundations, but after that's done we could start building the shed, just so that we could say that we finished one building this year at least. Can't believe this. We would need to do the shed, and the shed would be for like, we could have like a toilet of sorts, like it's a dry toilet. This thing got stuck again. I don't know what the hell happened. Okay, now it's moving again. That was weird. Okay, now it's jumping again. It's scary machine. It's slightly inwards. Ever so slightly inwards. There's also a worm. Since I moved this whole thing, it was apparently hiding underneath this. There's a worm. 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 That was the shocking news for you, chat. I repeated it for like the emphasis, or the shock factor. Again, the last part, it gets hella stuck. I feel like it's the handle being bent upwards that causes it. So a buck of some sorts. Now I went crazy overboard with this one. Guys, this handle thing is pissing me off. Okay, yeah, this is way too much inwards. So let's bend it back. That's better. So yeah, that's the first pile of 20 done. So let's go for the second one. believe. No progress was done, guys. Absolutely no progress. We're back to square one. Same amount of rebar here as we just had. Truly the guy pushing the rock uphill. That's me. What's the guy's name? Greek something. Some Greek dude. It's as far as we go. But yeah, so another 20 will bend and we'll see if we carry forwards. Doesn't feel too bad at the moment. It's almost 4 p.m. though, so... Oh, Sisyphus, yeah, exactly, that dude. We are Sisyphusing here. That's a way to say it, surely, guys. Surely. The worm has not moved at all. This was so much lighter than the previous ones. But yeah, now it's a new bundle, so we place it next to the previous one. I might have over tightened the bolt on the previous one because it was so much stiffer than it is now. But it's always like you do this and it gets like harder and harder, and you're just assuming you have like gotten like more and more exhausted, but apparently it's mostly because I keep tightening the bolt, and then after a while it's like over tightened, so it's causing like friction for spinning this. Okay, I felt that bit in my back. So I have to say I felt the 30 years in my back just then. Now the worm has moved a little bit. I will give you guys worm updates. So those that just joined in, there's a worm underneath the pallet, and I've moved the pallet, so I've uncovered the worm. It's making its way back underneath it. Oh, actually it's not. It's now coming towards me. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys what I mean. Let's get some worm action. This guy right here. I think you can see it, surely. Can you see it actually? I think you can. The guy's just squirming away. You made a friend. Amazing, yeah, exactly. I uncovered the dude and now it's coming towards me. I have to make sure I don't step on it. Let's see if the horizon is as tilted as before. It do be wriggling, yeah, exactly. That dude do be loving the wriggles. I think that's not too bad of an angle. I feel like this is those Instagram reels where it's like from like VR chat or something, like Robert, I don't like this. What is this? Robert. I think it's called Marcus, the guy. For those that know. Now I have to be careful when I step to this side that I don't step on the friend. Wouldn't want to step on the friend. But yeah, it is coming towards where I've been stepping on, so either it has a death wish Well, then that's my version of the, you know, this immortality snail. For those that know, Skelly, are you aware of the immortality snail? Because it could be that that's mine. Instead of being a snail, it's a worm. Although I haven't gotten the money. I think there's money involved in that. Then what now? There's like this thing on the internet. I don't know if it's like a tweet or whatever, but there's like this text that would you take, I think it's like, let's say it's like 100 million euros or dollars or whatever, but and you're also immortal, but there's a snail chasing you. Like the snail will always know where you are, and the snail is immortal too, and if it touches you, you die. So that's the dilemma. So would you take like a seemingly endless amount of money, be immortal, but you do always have to like escape the snail? So that's like the big question. There's like whole lots of memes, like when there's someone has like found a snail on their garden and like, not this time guy, and then just like steps away, and there's like all sorts of like reels referencing that immortality snail. So you could be like with the amount of, surely I can trap the snail. Yeah, I think I don't know if there's like rules regarding that, but I also feel like you could just like shoot it to the outer space or something. But then there's like people saying like that when the snail comes back from the like atmosphere, when it finally lands back to the earth and starts finding you again, you're never safe. But yeah, I feel the same, that you could surely just trap the snail with the amount of money you would have. I feel like you could pay for a tomb that snail couldn't get out of. But yeah, the worm's getting really close to where I keep my leg. But yeah, so that's the immortality snail. If you ever stumble upon memes and stuff, now you know what they are referencing. What's the source? I need to blow my nose again. But yeah, I don't remember if there was like any hooks that you can't like do anything to the snail or something like that. But even then, I guess there could be like ways to go about it, like just like I'll hire someone to do it or whatever, depending on how it's written. How foolproof is the contract there? Sounds like a shonen anime plot or something. How do we keep the immortality snail away? Yeah, I don't watch anime, but I feel like it's just like the absurdity of it would fit there nicely. One more, and then something like 10 more. I think we're halfway maybe with this second batch. It's a bit too much to do like a quick count. Yeah, it's a bit more than 10, I feel. Yeah, surely. There's maybe like 12 remaining. But I feel like something like that would also be like a funny premise for like a TRPG campaign. Like the players, instead of like struggling to come by, would like have sort of endless resources, but it would need to be something of like equal power, so not just like a snail, but instead of like they would have like, let's say, I don't know, some kind of like a bird or something, like a sentient bird with, or maybe like a dragon or something, a sentient dragon with unlimited resources as well. Like it would be this cat and mouse thing. In before the dragon would just fly to the players and boop, you're done dead. It would be a short campaign. Maybe a one shot. We'll have a one shot of like immense background on like you made this deal with the devil that there's this one demonic dragon hunting you, but you have endless amount of money and stuff, and then like the first 15 minutes it just like fly to you and boop, you don't know what happened. There needs to be a whole cult around the snail that keeps it a secret from the world. Yeah, I think that would be also like the cult would also like, would they help trying to get the snail to the person, or would they also like prefer that the snail doesn't touch the person so that the snail would remain immortal? Because I don't know if that would mean, because there's like memes like you floating in the space and then there's finally the snail like comes to you in space, like you just happen to like cross paths, and it's like after millions of years finally my old friend. And there's like this kind of stuff. That's like people went too far with it, like when all the worlds and stuff have ended, but there's only you and the snail floating in the endless vast space. But yeah, I'm actually curious, because I did mention that I wonder how much rebar do we need to go like sideways instead of like just going upwards in the walls. So I wonder, I would need to check the plans, because I'm sure that's been written there, like how often do we need to do one circling the whole thing, because that's basically what we just did on the foundation. So we would do the same, like just circling around it. So I'm actually curious, when would that need to be done? If it's like every meter or so, it would be like total of 2 or 3, I guess. I guess 3 would be more clear, because with the foundations there's gonna be like a few bricks before the actual wall starts. So there's like 2.5 meters of the walls on the inside, so that would make it more so that it's like 3 meters total height for the bricks. Again, it's like these insulation bricks that will be filled with concrete. So there will be EPS on the outside. And also Bogus is back. Hello. What did you get from the shop? Can we get what were they called? There's used to be like a trend of videos that people would film what they bought from the store. Is it like I'm wondering what was it in Finnish either, because it's like ostoskassi something, I guess. So it would like shopping bag reveal, I guess. Definitely not beer, can't believe this. I'm suspicious now. Was there beer mayhaps? Was there beer per chance? Grocery haul, yeah, I think that's yeah. That would probably be it. It's again getting harder to bend this. So I feel like I have tightened the bolt too much. Maybe loosen it up a little bit. If we can, that is. There we go. Guys, my back is a bit 30 years old. Can you believe this? Also, Bogus, have you already turned 30? Is your back also gone? Gone but not forgotten. Got some discount dick. Ale cock. That's disturbing. November 21st. Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah, I thought it was this month. But okay then. Then we'll wait a bit longer till we hear the crack on yours. Crack on your back. Because this will be your back the day you turn 30. You know, a good healthy curve in there. You need to put in a little bit of scoliosis there to, you know, mix it up. So yeah, can't wait for you to be 30 as well. Not that it makes a difference, I guess, in any. I've been cracking since I was 20, can't believe this. Are you like early boomer? What do you call those? Can't believe this. Can't believe this. I've been cracking since I was 20. That sounds like you've been cracking the cold ones with the boys. Is that true? Is that what you mean? Cracking cold ones with the boys. Guys, 5 more. I'm thinking do we just continue, but I feel like we'll maybe end it here after these guys. Can't believe there's a bad slash dad joke. Being 30 probably ain't all it's cracked up to be. Yeah, we're definitely ending after these. We might even end it early, guys. Diabolical. Glad you paid for it at least. Truly diabolical. Diabolical stuff. Diabolical. But yeah, I can't believe you went to a grocery store and bought nothing but beer. Some discount Olegok. That is a healthy 29-year-old diet. 29-year-old man's diet, I guess I could have added. Also, the worm friend of ours has completely disappeared underground. So either we weren't as friendly as we assumed, so maybe he was secretly a hater, or then he like just needs to take a little nap in there and he'll return. I wonder actually did it go underneath it again, so I wonder if it's under there or if it like went deeper somewhere. I wonder. But yeah, so this stream is the first one in maybe 5 or so that we've gotten the goal of the day done. I don't remember what was last week though. Maybe we did, I think last week we might have done, last Sunday I mean. We might have also gotten the goal of the day, but I don't think since we've had this like make the middle foundations and do the sides or do whatever that we've gotten the goals done in many of those. But this time we actually did it. I think last week we had the goal of like cutting 120 of those. So I think that was also. Currently doing a weird diet where I kind of fast 3 days a week. Gonna ruin my progress with some beer real quick. Yeah, I've also started counting calories again to try and lose some weight. I've also like tried to look up what sort of like calories are we talking when we like with like chocolate and stuff, because I tend to do the thing that I would like something sweet after every time I eat. Basically I come with like these cravings for something sweet, and if I have something like chocolate I will eat all of it. But I'm like trying to learn some restraint that I would have like a certain amount, like I would count calorie wise how much could I take, let's say like 4 small sticks of like Kinder Maxi, I guess, similar to those. So there's like a different brand of those. So something like that I could count up like, okay, that's like, let's say 300 calories. So if I eat like for the dinner or lunch, if I eat like, let's say 800, then plus the 300 and 2 of those a day would keep me under the 2000 something. So that's what I've been counting, because previously I've done it so that I just buy something not as good as the chocolate would be, but like more of it. So let's say I buy like a large yogurt or something. So the calories might be just like the same. It's just that it doesn't like feel as good to me as like just having the one thing that I actually crave would like taste. So that's what I've been thinking, that I would just like start counting. I have like done this a few days now, but I can't like say that I've been doing it for long, because I haven't. So it's only been a few days that I've been trying this out. But I feel like it might be better than trying to be like, you're not allowed to eat any chocolate, instead you're allowed to eat this like rice cake with chocolate on it. And if you look up those things, they usually have the same amount of calories per weight. Thing is, of course, they're like lightweight. so you can eat more of it. But then if you just eat the equivalent amount, it doesn't really make a difference. You just end up like eating more of stuff that you don't really enjoy that much instead of like eating only stuff you do enjoy. So it's a bit diabolical, I feel. Yeah, for me it's easier to never buy chocolate. Yeah, for me as well, like if I don't have anything, then of course it's like, for me the threshold for going in and getting something from the store is somewhat high for like just cravings. Although I have to say that if I then do go and buy, let's say I'm like, I have this massive sweet tooth and I want to go in and buy some sweets, I go crazy. Like that's also like a huge mistake I do, is that if I do let in on those, I go absolutely bonkers crazy with those. So it's like a 10,000 calories worth of chocolate or something, like it's mad amounts. So it's like enough for 3 days or something, well, like easily. And I remember, like when I was younger, I had like this, I read somewhere, or was it like my ex-girlfriend read somewhere, that there's only this amount of calories your body can like take in. So if you just eat enough during the same day, it doesn't count. Well, guess what? We both gained like 30 kilos or something. So yeah, apparently our bodies were well able to take those calories in. So yeah, that's always been an issue of mine, is that I crave chocolate like nothing else. But yeah, I feel like I have successfully been like without chocolate for some long times, but you can't really be like, I will never have it again, because then it's like it becomes really hard. So there would need to be some kind of balance to it. The problem I have it, because you might know that I don't drink any alcohol. For me it's easy to be without alcohol, because I've like never had it, and to me it tastes like absolutely vile. And I can taste it in like the smallest quantities as well. So I've never had any issue not drinking alcohol. But sugar is a whole different subject for me, because there's sugar in everything basically. So it's not like you can be like, yeah, I'll never have sugar anymore, like ever again. Because there's like sugar in yogurts, and basically like a glass of milk has some. So it's not like you can be like completely without sugar. So like being completely without is basically impossible. So then it's hard to say that if I'm to be without sugar, what is the rule for how much sugar can one product have that it's still considered within those thresholds. So yeah. So for that sake, the sugar sweet side has always been the problem for me. I kind of like the current thing I'm doing, which is averaging a daily count of 1,600 during the week, but I can eat 500 on 3 days, so I can eat pretty much as I want on the other days. Wait, so averaging 1,600 calories during the week. What do you mean that I eat 500 on 3 days? Do you mean like extra, or? So I can eat pretty much as much as I want on the other days. I still count to be sure. I'm not sure if I follow. So it's like 5-ish days of 1,600 calories, and then what's the 500 on 3 days? Or is it like, let's say like Friday, Saturday, Sunday would be like special days sort of? No, I just eat once on. Oh yeah. I see. Oh yeah, so that's like the fasting part. Yeah, now I understand. Yeah. But then that would mean like you're fasting hella if you're like fasting like 500 calories on 3 days, and then it's like 1,600 during the other days. So that should like lead to some fast progress, I would assume. Hopefully it's healthy as well, but I guess it doesn't sound too bad. 500 calories a day is like a diabolical. 1,600 on average, like calories times 7. But what's this? I can eat pretty much as I want on the other days. I still count to be sure. Or do you mean that because of like the 500 a day on 3 days, then you can eat like, let's say 2,500 or something on every other day, and that's still like it goes to around the 1,600? Because yeah, I guess that would make sense. No, I might be picking up on what you're putting down. Yeah. So like 2,200 on 4 days and 500 on the 3. Yeah, no, okay, I got it, yeah. But yeah, I guess because to me, like, I can eat pretty much as I want on the other days would mean like hella hella devouring party. so I don't think I would stay on the 1,600 average if I were to have like free for all on the other days with like the 3 days of 500 calories. What do you eat on if you only get 500 calories on those days? Yeah, you still gotta count. Yeah, I think there would still need to be some kind of limit, but yeah, I would definitely see like it would feel like a luxury after those 500 days. Do you have those like spaced evenly out? Like, do you have, let's say, Monday would be 500, Tuesday would be a normal day, then like Wednesday would be 500 again? Because I would assume 3 days in a row of those 500 would be like beyond rough. Because I actually just saw, and I actually even linked it to, I shared it to like a few friends of mine. There was like a screenshot or like multiple screenshots on I think it's like 4chan or something where it was from, and there's like this diabolical, there was like dude saying that he eats, I think he was saying that he would eat the same thing every day, but let's see if I find it. It was like diabolical low amount of calories, and like just doing it day in and day out would definitely be like harmful for you. But I guess like 3 days a week would still work. Yeah, here I found it. It's a hella small text though, because it's like a screenshot of a screenshot. But yeah, there's the guy saying, what's the lowest calorie diet you've been on while cutting? I'm currently on a 650 calorie diet. Has anyone attempted to go lower than that? Am I insane for going that low to begin with? And there's people saying like, yeah, that's not healthy, you can't do like that. And then they are like asking, what do you eat then to have? Because the guy was saying that it's like hella protein. And trying to find, I'm still getting 130 grams of protein each day is what he said. And the people there are like, what the hell, what do you mean? And then the guy is like, because he's like asked, what do you eat? Because that means that there's like 520 calories from protein of that 650. So like, what is that? And the guy answers, 2 multivitamins and 36 hard-boiled egg whites. that's goddamn diabolical. Imagine 36 hard-boiled egg whites a day for like a multitudes of days. I could imagine doing it, let's say like 1 day, or maybe even that would of course be like absolutely horrible. But I could like imagine maybe going it for like a week straight at max. But even after that, I feel like that would be like diabolical. But there's also someone had counted that that's 13,140 eggs per year. So yeah, that's absolutely diabolical. Because imagine like, well, my brother also was like telling him this, and he was also like, "What the hell do you do with the yolks, like the egg yolks?" Then, but I guess I think in US or somewhere there they like sell egg whites in like cartons, like we have milk cartons of like a liter. I think somewhere they sell those egg whites in those. So it could be like he just buys egg white, so there's like no yolks to be used. But imagine if you had to like crack 36 eggs and separate the yolk every time and just like yeet the yolk out. Also, like, I think price-wise it would be interesting. I've seen them in more stores now, in here as well. Expensive though. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen them here, but yeah, maybe we have them as well. I guess because there's like different kinds of baking stuff that you would only use egg whites for, so I guess it would make sense to have them as well. But yeah, I'm curious what you eat for the 500 calorie days. So if it's 36 hard-boiled egg whites, can't believe it. I try to eat something with a lot of protein, yeah, every other day mostly, but Friday and Saturday are eating days. Yeah, I would also maybe try to keep it so that the weekends would be the not so like, I don't know what to call it, exact or stiff or whatever. But yeah, for me the problem would be that I get hungry. Like, I'm hella angry when I'm hungry. So I don't know if there's a thing in the world that would keep me at 500 calories and not like on a murder spree. So yeah, I don't know if that would work. Pro eating straight away, if only. If only. Expensive though, yeah. Yesterday I ate a pack of poppies. What? Oh, is that like those small like chicken nugget thingies? That's it. Do you drink water then, like hella water, or how do you maintain the? Because I feel like, I guess part of the thing is of course that your body should like slow down a bit, but I feel like you would still need like a lot of water to sort of like keep the metabolism working Because I guess that's the only way you would like lose weight, if you keep the metabolism working as well. Because if your body goes in like saving mode, then it wouldn't like make it any like weight losing. It wouldn't help on that front. I drink when I'm thirsty. Yeah, I see. Some people say drink lots of water, but I just pee it straight out. Yeah, I guess that's that. There's also like a limit to how much you can drink at once. I've heard that you can only like drink a liter per hour or something. I don't know if that's true. That's just something I've heard, but I guess it does make sort of sense that if you drink, let's say, like a 2 liters in 15 minutes or whatever, I would assume most of it goes through you. So there's like the cells cannot probably like take all of that and like use it. So I think there's like also like you would have to pace it a bit. But I'm not assuming you're like drinking a liter every 15 minutes. I'm the kind that like I think I like drink too fast when I'm thirsty. So I would like have to try and pace it out. But I also drink a lot of water. I used to drink a lot of milk, and I replaced that with water, and it's so much easier. The only thing during summertime is that it's hard to keep it cool. But I have like this carafe that I put in the fridge. So I just rotate those. But during summertime it like heats up the room quite fast, so the water also doesn't stay cool for long, so that's why I also feel like I hurry with it. I've done 36-hour clean fasts many times before. It's way harder though. Yeah, I had like this sort of like a diet some time ago where I was also fasting, but I was mostly doing like 12-hour ones, and it's somewhat easy for me because 12 hours is because I don't like eat breakfast anyways. So it's just that I like stop eating during the evening time, and then I just like eat lunch or something when I like at noon or something. So that was easy for me, like those sort of like 12-hour fasts. But I guess like 36 hours would actually mean like skipping meals for me already. So I guess that's where the true challenge would come in. For me, I feel like those fasting things worked a little bit because of like there was no snacking in the evening when you can't like eat after a certain time. Let's say that you can't like eat past 7 p.m. For me, that's like the time I would like sit at the computer and snack something if I had anything. So then if I was like forbidden from eating anything after a certain time, it did work a little bit. But it's also like when we have, let's say, like these TRPG sessions and it starts like 18:30 or something, it's like hard to go in there and be like, yeah, I can only eat for half an hour, guys. Can we order something? So it's also like if you're like exact on these things, it's also like limiting in some ways, which I guess it also comes with it's like a price you have to pay for it. So it's not too bad. Yeah, eating makes me more hungry, so I don't eat early on the 500 fast. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, especially if it's like 500 calories. I was wondering what could be the like, because again, it wouldn't matter what you would eat. Like again, like for the calorie wise. So let's say you would eat like a broccoli, because I feel like that. I think someone even says that it's like minus calories. So eating broccoli like takes more energy from like consuming, like trying to get the nutrition out of it takes more calorie, like more energy than it actually like releases. So I wonder if there would be like a food you could eat like a massive amount of and still have like barely any calories, just so that you could like feel full, if you get what I'm trying to get across, so that you wouldn't like feel hungry if you eat, let's say you would eat like 200 calories at a time, but you would feel like almost like stuffed. I wonder if that would be a possibility, because again I feel like with some salads or something it might be a possibility, but even then it would be like, I think, absolute torture. Like let's say you're eating like 500 calories worth of like just plain salad. I guess some people might enjoy it. I don't know, maybe rice cakes without a coat or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I guess, yeah, something like that maybe. I guess it would also depend like how easy it is for to like pass through you. So if it's like, because you know they say like fibers is something that you should get for like how well your like intestines work and stuff, because it gives them like some trouble or like makes them work. So I guess if it's like something too easy for it to pass through, it might not make you feel full for that long. So that would also be, I guess, a thing there. But yeah, I guess that would be an interesting thing to test. But I would maybe need to come up with some kind of like food that I could make that would actually have the 500 calories and would still be like decent. Because I have been like coming up, for example, I posted on the Discord, there was this noodle dish that I was making. Unfortunately though, the noodles I had like read on the package, it said that there's like, I don't know, like 80 calories or something per 100 grams. I was like, yeah, this is hella good. But then it actually does say that per 100 grams of like the prepared product or something like that, which to me is like diabolical way to say it. Because if you have like a package of noodles and you say that okay, this thing weighs 85 grams, why not just tell me how much calories is in that 85 grams? Because if it's like the ready product, it means that you have added like 4 deciliters of water. So you now have to like weigh the whole thing. So if it's like this amount of calories per 100 grams and you have to add in the weight from the water and stuff, then that's like, it completely messes up the how do you calculate it. So that was actually like a diabolical way to let me know how much calories was in a packet of noodles. So actually I still haven't done the math what is like the exact number, but apparently it's a lot higher than I had like hoped. So yeah, I don't have a dish that would be like 500 calories. That would still be like a big one. Hunger is funny though, it kind of follows your habits and passes if you don't act on it. Yeah, I have to say I do agree on that. Like there's a phase where I'm like hungry, but then I feel like it sort of goes away as well. Like if I'm hungry for long enough, it like also like goes away. So then I only get hungry, let's say, that if I know that I'm gonna eat, or if I like smell something good or something, then it might come back. But there's like, it does go in sort of waves. So like you're like hungry when you have like eaten last time. So if you, let's say I have a schedule at the time I like eat around 11, so like an hour before Skelly, it seems, can't believe Skelly eats at noon. So I eat around then. So like I can already tell you that tomorrow at around 11 I will be hungry. And if I go past it like half an hour or something, I'll get hungry. And if I go past that maybe like half an hour, I'm all golden. I'm Gucci again. So it doesn't like haunt me for the rest of the day. But then I guess at some point it might come back and I'll be like hungry again. So it does go in a bit of a wave motion. So I guess it could be, I guess, something you could get used to. I'm still wondering what days would be the best for me. I guess it might be like Monday. But the thing is that I work Monday to Thursday. So I feel like best would be for it to be on the days that I work, because although I will be here on the evenings usually, but I guess it would depend on that. But if I don't eat for 24 hours, I start getting a slight headache. Oh, I see. I don't think I've ever had that. But then again, I don't know if I've been fasting for 24 hours. I don't think I have. I read that it goes away when you fast often enough. Okay, I see. So it's something like that your body can get used to. Maybe it's sort of like a warning sign, but then if the body is like, okay, this is the new normal, I guess we're stuck with this. Guess there's no fighting this then. But yeah, I guess we've been yapping now for some time. I guess we can. I read that. Oh yeah, sorry, I read that already. Can't believe this. I already read that. I read that. I read that 1,000 times. Can't believe this. But yeah, I guess we can end it here. We did more than we planned today, so we're golden, guys. It still says that my phone is like on do not disturb or whatever that is. I don't know why. What the hell? What the hell? Let's see. It's because the cells aren't used to burning fat that much. So, oh yeah, I see. Yeah. So it's because they have to like get used to burning new kind of resource. It's different kind. But yeah, I will have to, because I feel like for me the success of that would depend so much on if I can find a food that would work for me for the 500 calories. Because it would have to still be something that I would sort of look forward to. Because if it would be like, okay, here's 5 packs of rice cakes, you can eat these through the day. I don't think that would be. I think that would be too much of a price to pay for me. I'm weak, guys. I'm weak when it comes to food. I live for food. Like there's two kind of people. There's like people that live because of food, and then there's people like me that live for food. So I'm definitely the kind of person that I'm here because of the different kinds of foods that I can eat. Yeah, carbs are terrible for it anyway, fat or protein. Yeah, I feel like it would need to be something like that, mayhaps. Because I feel like it would need to be something that would have volume but not that many calories. So I feel like carbs would actually would maybe not be the best solution. I guess there's different kinds there as well. Because potato, for example, doesn't have that many calories. Just plain potato on like weight. Like compared to, let's say, like rice or like wheat. Potato is like low calorie, so it could be something with like potatoes, mayhaps. I will need to research. Because again, it would need to be like without any like oils and stuff, because oil has an immense amount of calories. Like a tablespoon of oil is like 100 calories or something. So yeah, daily peronamusi. Exactly. Three times a week, like a bag of peronamusi made to water. That's fucking diabolical, guys. Absolutely horrible. Can't believe this. But yeah, I guess we'll be ending it here. I'll pack up whatever needs to be packed. I think there's a few more tools I need to. I think I already covered the bending work press, so I think that's half of what needs to be done. But then there's a few more tools here. The sticks need to be placed where I can find them. Can't believe this. But yeah, thank you guys for joining and for the chats. It was really nice to have this like after streams talk as well. Again, like a topic I'm also interested in since I'm trying to lose weight myself. So very much appreciated, Bogus. Also, bye bye Hesso as well. So yeah, thank you guys. Bye.